The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 10th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Tom McClintock to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCumber. Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties. All time shall be equally allocated between the parties, and in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. Each member, other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, shall be limited to 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Words matter, and ideas have consequences. That is why House Republicans are once again changing the name of the committee I now chair to the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Every time Democrats take control of the House, they swap out the word workforce for labor. This back and forth is at the core of Republicans and Democrats' differing views on the concept of work. The Bible tells us that when God created Adam and Eve, he gave them the garden to cultivate and animals to name. This was work. Being made in the image of God means that we, like him, have the capacity to build, create, and bring order from chaos. And using our God-given gifts, mankind has done just that. This ability to work and create is something to celebrate, not lament. Influenced by Marxism, the left prefers to call work labor. This is a mistake. I reject the idea that work freely done is toil. I reject the idea that work freely done is a curse. And I embrace the idea that having the opportunity to provide for one's family is a blessing. Even those who do not adhere to a biblical worldview can see empirically that men and women are at their best when they get to work. Work is fundamental to a lasting sense of fulfillment. As a small business owner myself, I know there's nothing better than the feeling you get when you look at something you've built with your own hands and ingenuity. I also prefer the word workforce over labor because all work is of equal value. When the left refers to labor, they aren't talking about the work of lawyers and doctors, but the work of mechanics and welders. Why? For several decades now, our culture has made a distinction between blue-collar and white-collar work that denigrates the former. This is wrong. Calling the men and women who keep our homes heated and our cars running laborers degrades their contribution to society. We must recognize that there is more than one path to the American dream. Working in a high-rise office building is not of greater value than the window washer cleaning that building. Each plays a pivotal role in keeping our economy running. Labor also implies that workers do not have a choice in who they work for or what conditions they work in. In the United States, we live in a free society, and workers have freedom to choose for whom they work. If an employer is unfair or unjust, workers have the freedom to find a different employer and to seek recompense. Yet the left uses the word labor to pit workers against employers, all in the hopes of bringing about more government control and a radical redistribution of wealth. The United States is the most prosperous country in history because of our free market, but embracing socialist policies and views would destroy that. Democrats also insist on using the word labor because they're beholden to big labor. Democrats have made it clear that they wish to force all Americans into unions, regardless of their preference. When Democrats oversee this committee, their efforts focus on bolstering union bosses at the expense of employee free choice. This myopic view serves only a small spectrum of the workforce, as the majority of workers choose not to be in a union. On the other hand, Republicans are committed to supporting the entire workforce. We do not support a one-size-fits-all work model and understand that work is as diverse as the people doing it. So when I talk about the workforce, I'm talking about all the men and women who take pride in their work. When I talk about the workforce, I'm talking about all the men and women who work hard to provide for their families. And when I talk about the workforce, I'm talking about all the men and women who've gained the skills necessary to be productive and self-sufficient citizens. Under my leadership, the Committee on Education and the Workforce will serve the entire workforce, no matter what color their collar is, how dirty their hands get when they work, or whether they work independently. The end of big labor in our hearing room is over. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized. With that,
Mr. Speaker, this week we will take historic steps to reverse the crises created by President Biden's administration and fulfill our commitment to America. For the past 2 years, the Biden administration has chosen to appease the radical left that continues to undermine American families. And now it's time to turn the page. It's time to return to serving the American people. Pennsylvania families need results. They do not need empty promises. And that's why on day one, we voted to stop the IRS agents from going after small businesses who are simply trying to follow the law. That's why we'll vote to keep American oil from being sold to the Chinese Communist Party. That's why we'll support our law enforcement and send the clearest message yet that Republicans will never allow the far left to defund the police. And we will vote to save the lives of unborn children by finally passing the Born Alive Survivors Protection Act. These pieces of legislation are the beginning of enacting our commitment to America. It's time to build an economy that's strong. It is time to fortify a nation that is safe. And it is time to deliver a government that is accountable. And that is our commitment to Pennsylvania families. That is our commitment to America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
the chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, after the 4.5 days and 15 votes to find a speaker, we started with our business by passing rules. The Republican rules and first day's activities were to help the rich and the powerful avoid taxes. The government, like any entity, just like any business, has to have revenue. And when people don't pay their fair share, they're cheating. They're committing crimes. They're defrauding their fellow citizens because their fellow citizens either have to pay more money to make up the difference or they don't get services that they otherwise would be provided through the government. By revoking all of those monies to the IRS to hire new employees, they are giving wealthy corporations and wealthy individuals like Donald Trump, who had only one auditor looking at his return, which was not looked at within the time period it was supposed to be looked at under the law or the policy of the government at the time. They're giving those people an open door to continue to make their IRS statements, payments, really not payments, but their first offers. And that's what they do. It's not filing your return, it's filing your first offer. So if they get away with that, which I don't think they will in the Senate, they are depriving the middle class, who they said they were trying to support, services and fairness, and that the middle class will have to pay more money because it's the wealthy and the higher corporations that get away with fraudulent returns. Then they're talking about banning or protesting through H-Con Res 3 violence against pro-life centers, anti-abortion centers. I hope everybody in the House is against violence against those facilities, but there's nothing in there about violence against Planned Parenthood or abortion provider facilities. Both are equally as anti-American and wrong as the other, but there's nothing about that. So we're seeing a very slanted agenda, and there's no opportunity to amend that resolution, even though they've talked about an amendment process to give everybody opportunity. It's really kind of transparency-ish, but not transparency and not open-ish. Openness, it's open-ish. You've got to look closely at what's going on here. There's a lot of things that look good on the front, but really aren't fair and right to the majority of people. Much of what's projected here is to try to maintain the status quo. And in the name of freedom, it's the freedom of people not to comply with federal government laws and regulations. It's the freedom to basically live independent of the law and independent of the federal government, and attempts to starve the federal government of the revenues it needs. The bill yesterday would increase the debt by over $100 billion. That's not fiscal conservativeness, that's trying to starve the federal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor 95 years young Walter Raymond Bowers. He's from Jacksonville, Florida. He was born March 16, 1927, in Dayton, Ohio. He moved to Jacksonville, Florida as an infant and was raised by his maternal grandmother, Sadie Perry. When he was 17, Walter joined the United States Navy and served in the Pacific Theater during World War II. There he earned the Philippine Liberation Ribbon, 1 star, World War II Victory Medal, the American Campaign Ribbon, the Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal, 5 stars. And then after the war, Walter was assigned to the USS Pine Island and participated in Operation High Jump, which established the Antarctic Research Base known as Little America 4. At the rank of Boiler Technician 3, 3rd class, Raymond Bowers was honorably discharged from the Navy on July 19, 1948. 1 week later, just 1 week later, on July 26, 1948, he married Mary Dobson, the love of his life, and mother of their would-be 3 children, Walter Jr., Margaret, and Paul. Walter returned to Jacksonville and enlisted in the Naval Reserves, where he served for 8 more years. He then began work for the City of Jacksonville Road Department, where he spent 20 years of faithful service. Walter and Mary both surrendered their lives to Christ in 1950, which led him to a new calling, one of a real ministry. Walter joined A.B. Wainwright, and for 18 years they were planting and pastoring Pentecostal churches all across Jacksonville. Even after his professional retirement in 1968, Walter continued this ministry by planting a new church in Jacksonville's Dinsmore community. He started Wayside Assembly of God in 1973, where he served as senior pastor for more than 32 years. His commitment to our Lord Jesus, his family, his community, and his country have contributed to this incredible legacy. May God continue to richly bless Walter for his amazing life of selfless service. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize my mother, Frida Flansburgh. My mom was born on March 5th, 1944, and peacefully passed away last Monday, January 2nd, 2023 at 12:20 a.m. She was truly a fighter. She lost a child, my older sister Kimberly, just after birth. She fought the loneliness of being a mom of two boys while my dad was away on multiple deployments to Vietnam. When the weariness of war destroyed our family, she started a new journey in life to traverse the many unplanned hardships. Life was truly tough as we grew up. My siblings, Jeff and John and Jamie and Kai, knew from an early age that our life was different from those around us. We had no running water, no indoor plumbing. Times were tough. My mom worked to do the best she could to provide for us. She never backed down from the challenges that came before her. She never cared much for us using our life lessons as excuses. Rather, she pushed us to use our experiences to become better and to keep moving on. Like all moms, she was an encourager. As the oldest child, she looked to me to set the example for my brothers and sisters. She wasn't sympathetic when things weren't going my way. The world is full of opportunities, she would say. The challenge was always go to school, make good grades, work hard, treat people with respect, and see where life takes you. The government will never make you wealthy, she said. You'll have to do that on your own, she would always tell me. My mom became a nurse and spent long hours taking care of elderly in nursing homes. Many of my visits with my mom over the years were at the skilled nursing facilities, as she would take a break from the grueling work schedule that she had that demanded so much of her. After the long years of losing a child, raising 5 children, being a grandmother of countless grandchildren, and the arduous work of being a nurse, my mom's body had withered away. Her heart had tired and her eyes could no longer see. The last few years have been especially hard for me to watch her health rapidly decline. Last Monday, my mom took her last breath in this earthly world. We all know she is in heaven looking down upon us with Kimberly by her side. Her heart is strong and her eyes are new. My mom would never want me to stay home and not do my job last week. She was with me all week as the world watched our great nation debate the future of the Republic. I especially want to thank the nurses and doctors that care for my mother in her last years, months, and days. Your kindness will never be forgotten. I want to thank my congressional colleagues for their kind words, their sincere thoughts and prayers over the last week. I was truly moved by the outpouring of love from both Republican and Democrats over the past week. I want to thank Democrat Leader Jeffers, Conference Chair Aguilar, and so many of the Democrat colleagues for setting politics aside and offering quiet condolences. To all of my Republican colleagues, I simply want to say thank you. From Leader Scalise, who contacted me immediately upon hearing the news, to the members of our freshman class. Thank you all. Finally, I want to thank my loving wife, Tammy, and my children, Ashton, Kelby, and Caden, for their warmth and love during these difficult times. And to my mom in heaven above, I simply want to say, I love you and I miss you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the lady from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the Pella Marching Dutch of Pella High School, who recently participated in the Rose Bowl Parade. Each year, only 21 bands across the world received an invitation to play in the parade. The Pella Marching Dutch have joined the ranks as one of the greatest marching bands of our time. This is not the first time the Pella Marching Dutch have received this high honor, having appeared in the parade in 1988 and 2002. I was fortunate enough to watch the Marching Dutch on Monday, and I was amazed by the talent that was demonstrated by the students at Pella High School. I want to congratulate the Pella Marching Dutch again on representing Iowa in the Rose Parade, and I look forward to watching their future performances. I would now like to yield a minute to my colleague from Georgia, Representative Collins.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, how about them dogs? It's an honor this morning to rise and deliver my first speech on the floor of the People's House, and what a special occasion it is. After last night's resounding victory, it is clear that the Georgia Bulldogs haven't gotten tired of winning. I want to congratulate the University of Georgia, especially the players who left it all on the field during practice and the games and earned another championship last night. Because of their passion and talent, the #1 state for business is now the #1 state for college football for the second year in a row. As the representative for Georgia's 10th District, the proud home of the University of Georgia, I could not be prouder of the team or happier for our state, because the Dogs are on top of the SEC and all of college football once again. Go Dogs! And I yield back to the Congresswoman. Thank you.
Thank you. It was difficult to yield. I had to pause a little bit as a TCU horn frog to my colleague, but in the spirit of camaraderie, I did so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act, which will work to unleash American energy dominance. In an election year gimmick, President Biden raided oil from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve, depleting it to its lowest level in decades and allowing it to be sold to a company affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party. Selling off American oil to the Chinese Communist Party for its own strategic use poses a direct threat to our national security. The Petroleum Reserve is our insurance card. It's to be used to protect our great country during national emergencies or weather events. Depleting it is dangerous, and restocking it at higher prices is foolish. Let's restore some sanity here. Protect America and end the foolish practice of sending oil to our enemies that would hate us for free. I urge the House to pass this important legislation this week to stop this reckless, America last practice from no longer happening again. Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Allegheny High School girls cross-country team for winning the Class II state championship. This victory marks the first ever girls Allegheny High School team to win a state title. By training hard, staying motivated, and keeping the pressure on, the Mountaineers left it all on the track, tallying a total of 65 points. These talented athletes include Kiera Lohman, Gracie Barron, Mason Cash, Meredith Minter, Lucy Nicely, Olivia Hoover, and Bryce Leach. Freshman Kiera Lohman blazed to the finish line with an impressive time of 18 minutes and 59 seconds, becoming the first ever freshman to win the individual state title. Two other top 10 finishes from Allegheny High School were Gracie Barron and Mason Cash. All of these young ladies are a true testament that with hard work and determination, you can achieve your dreams. Congratulations again to the Mountaineers. Virginia's 6th Congressional District is incredibly proud of your accomplishment. I yield back.
Yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. So we have right now a situation where the president is visiting the border. And in my light of my line of work as a young lieutenant, I flew along the border and knew that there was a problem in the early 90s. As a matter of fact, in the mid-90s, as a Ford Air controller, we had to stop operations at nighttime as vans bouncing around in the middle of our operations made a ceasefire so we could chase illegal immigrants out of our firing ranges. And then as an emergency medicine doctor, I treated patients who came here illegally, and most people don't realize the consequence of our actions, of our poor border security and what it has downwind. We understand the numbers, we understand the millions that are coming across the border, 4 million since we had a new president, but the downwind consequences when you provide laws that encourage bad behavior and punish good behavior. One of the things that most people don't realize is that when you go to the emergency room and you're waiting in line behind a lot of people who came here illegally, you're not only waiting in line behind them, but you're also paying for their bills. And many people are coming across the border to receive treatment for their chronic illnesses that cost millions of dollars per year. And those are several patients per hospital. You're talking about billions, even tens of billions of dollars spent on people who come here illegally, and it comes from taxpayer money both out of your pocket and through your taxation, which adds to our debt, which of course is going to be paid for by our children. To make it worse, we've punished those people who've come here the right way. In my district, we have a huge immigrant population, people who come here from all over the world, whether it be India, Europe, South America, and they have to wait in line in a glutted immigration policy that makes it very difficult for them to follow the law, while meanwhile we reward those people who break the law. I think we need to change our laws. I think we need to make it more streamlined for people who follow the law, who are good citizens, who paid their taxes, who have jobs, who create jobs, and make it more difficult for people who break laws. I think right now when you talk about the overwhelming number of people coming across the border, and when you have the president go down there and have the borders cleaned up so he can view something that doesn't really exist, which is a problem where we don't protect our sovereign border, which is one of the president's main responsibilities, where you have people's property violated, where you have people's rights violated, where you have crimes. And of course, as an emergency medicine physician, this last year I lost 4 patients who came in for fentanyl overdoses that I was not able to revive. Now, almost every single night, I do revive somebody. So it's something I literally witnessed almost every single shift, usually several times per shift. The opioid crisis is real, and it's something that's killing over 100,000 Americans per year. Every year we're setting a new record, and we've done nothing of consequence to really stem that tide. So I think it's with the greatest earnest appeal to my fellow Republicans and Democrats that we watch after our own house. It's okay to be compassionate. It's okay to reach out and help people, but we got to do it the right way. Most importantly, we have to make laws that encourage good behavior, that people come here and they're rewarded for following the laws. They're rewarded with citizenship when they do the right thing, and we are punishing people who come here with the ill intent. Finally, I'd like to point out that we are experiencing diseases here in America we haven't seen in decades. Where is it coming from? Because we don't have good screening procedures. It used to be to come to America, you couldn't even come here if you had glaucoma. Now you can come here with every kind of disease process there is, and we'll never know that you're even here. If you look at the terrorists coming across the border, and we know that we have at least 9 terrorists we've caught in the last month, but we don't know how many got away. It's because we have poor border security. So it's not just for one thing, it's for many things that we need to secure a border, make sure we are a sovereign nation, and follow the law. With that, I yield.
And yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mark Butler and his service to the state of Georgia as our Commissioner of Labor. Mark has dedicated his entire life to serving the great state of Georgia. He served in the Georgia State House for 8 years, where he had the distinct honor of being my suite mate. In January of 2011, Mark became Georgia's 9th Commissioner of Labor and the first Republican to hold the department. Since Mark's first election, he has implemented many programs designed to improve the agency's relationships with employers, job seekers, and Georgia's future workforce. In 2013, he formed the Business Service Unit. This program was designed to foster mutually beneficial relationships with Georgia's employers and economic developers. In 2014, he developed the Labor Department's newest program, Customized Recruitment. This program bridges the gap between employers and job seekers. A committed public service statesman, and friend, I want to thank Mark for his leadership and his hard work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and to honor my friend John Burns for becoming the new Speaker of the Georgia State House of Representatives. John has dedicated his entire life to serving the great state of Georgia. He was first elected to the Georgia State House in 2004. During his first session in the State House, John and I were suitemates. Since then, I've enjoyed getting to know John and his family, and he has become a dear friend. In 2015, John was chosen to serve as the House Majority Leader and would eventually be elected as the 74th Speaker of the Georgia House of Representatives. During his time in the state legislature, John has worked to bring environmentally balanced economic development, world-class health care, quality education, and improved transportation to Georgia. There is no one more deserving of the speakership than John Burns. I look forward to seeing all that he accomplished and wish him a long and successful tenure. On behalf of myself and the 1st District of Georgia, thank you for all you do. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the University of Georgia's Archway Partnership on their recent award, the C. Peter McGrath Award for Community Engagement. This award is the highest award for public service bestowed by the National Association of Public and Land-Grant Universities. The University of Georgia's Archway Partnership is nationally recognized for the resources and expertise it provides to rural communities. Since its founding in 2005, the program's partnership has attracted hundreds of faculty and over 1,500 students to help Georgia communities secure more economic development opportunities. Programs like these are critical to ensuring that all areas of the state, rural and urban, can grow and take advantage of their unique situations. They also give students the opportunity to face real-world problems. From economic development to preventative health care to broadening access and more, this partnership works to solve the most pressing issues of our time. Additionally, this award comes with a $20,000 prize, which will be used to broaden the scope of what the partnership can take on. I want to commend Jerry Moorhead on his leadership at the university and in this program. I'm proud of the work that the faculty and students at my alma mater have done to build up the rural communities around our state. On behalf of the entire 1st District, I thank them for their efforts. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Thiago Almada as the first Major League Soccer player to win the World Cup. Thiago was on the Argentinian team that won a thrilling 4-2 penalty shootout over France to win the World Cup. Argentina's win gave Lionel Messi his first World Cup trophy, which has eluded his storybook career. When he is not representing Argentina, Thiago plays for Georgia's Atlanta United. During the 2022 season, Thiago started 25 of 29 games and scored 6 goals. He also had 12 assists and 77 on-target scoring attempts. In 2022, he was named the MLS Newcomer of the Year. During the World Cup, Thiago made one appearance playing 6 minutes against Poland in the Group C finale. At just 21 years old, Thiago had a long career ahead of him. Congratulations, Thiago. Continue to make Georgia proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. McLean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today for the unborn, for the protection and the defense of the most vulnerable among us. I stand here today because this week the Republican majority is doing what the previous Congress refused to do, and that is uphold the right to life. For far too long, we have seen pro-life facilities vandalized and broken into. For far too long, we have watched as Democrats refuse to protect born alive babies. Think about that for a moment. These babies are born alive, breathing outside the womb, and the Democrats want to kill them. They do not protect them. But this week, We right those wrongs, and we defend life in America. It is well past time for the United States Congress, for this body, to uphold the guarantees laid out in the Declaration of Independence, that we are endowed by our Creator with the unalienable right to life. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we've observed, western states are receiving much welcome rainfall and snowpack. Indeed, some of the side effects are flooding and many mudslides that are affecting communities and transportation corridors. So this is on the heels of short rainfall years for at least the last 3 years. This year, rainfall numbers are good. They're are about a pace where they're at their historical average or a little above in some areas. This is historical average, long term, over non-drought years. So the last 3 years have seen dire water supplies for many people and allocations for farmers. In 2019, though, our lakes in California were basically full. Now, you may recall in 2017 that in my district, Lake Oroville had the spillway collapse due to lack of maintenance and checking its integrity over the years. But it was plumb full, 101% full in 2017. Now, our water projects in California were designed with the idea that they would withstand 5 years of drought. Lake Oroville being full as recently as 2019, and Lake Shasta nearly full as well. So how is it that our state water project and our Central Valley projects run by the Bureau of Reclamation, being at these high levels, that Lake Oroville, for example, in 2021, only 2 years after being full, was basically so low on water that for the first time in the history of that lake, it did not make hydroelectric power because the water levels were so low. And Lake Shasta in 2022, an unprecedented cut in water supply, including to its neighbor right there in Shasta County, Anderson-Cottonwood Irrigation District. They received zero allocation because they couldn't deliver enough water to make it worth their while. In over 100 years of the existence of that district, this was the first time they did not get to irrigate. These two dams designed to withstand 5 years of drought, being full as recently in 2019, one running out in 2021, the other basically being useless almost to agriculture in 2022, with the drastic cuts all up and down the Sacramento River stem. What's going on here? What is the State Water Project doing on the Feather River side, et cetera? What is the Federal Bureau of Reclamation and CVP doing on the Sacramento River side that has changed? They're not doing everything they can to hold water, even in drought years, that they could be holding. Why? It's a mystery. We have the opportunity right now with these high flows. We have areas of California right in the Sacramento Valley that are being flooded out, and they're running the pumps that are at the Delta, just at the south end of the Delta, at about 18% on the state side and about 67%, not so bad, on the federal level, instead of taking full advantage of running those pumps as hard as they can, taking this excess water, relieving some of the flood, and putting it into a reservoir that will help our whole state withstand possible drought in the future. Is this a drought year? No, not as defined by lack of rainfall, as indeed we're at average or we're above average in some areas. And with the projection in January for a lot more rain coming, we might have a full normal water year or above. That would be good. But our leaders in government, in the agencies, don't seem to feel the same urgency. At the same time they're talking we have flood emergencies, they're still maintaining we have drought emergencies. Not with this kind of rainfall. Yes, we have low lake problems, but that isn't how you define a drought. That's how you define lake management. That's how you define water management. And it's not happening. We need to be running at least those two sets of pumps at 99%, 100% at the Delta, and filling up San Luis Reservoir, and allocating water to those recharge basins so the subsidence we're having in the San Joaquin Valley that everybody's worried about wouldn't be happening. Nope, they want to just keep chugging along the way they're doing, especially on the state side. This is a disservice to all water users in California, and at the same time, they don't really see a whole lot of need to cut back on environmental water that is very dubious in nature, actually, if it's helping fish in the Delta or anywhere else. Indeed, they need a change of attitude at all these levels of water management. These agencies don't seem to be on the side of growing food. I always bring this poster along here so people can understand how much of their food is grown in California and with the high percentage of these crops that only come from California that Americans consume. If it's not grown in California, either you're not going to have it or you're going to have to import it from somewhere else. Look at this. All the, walnuts. Walnuts are having a devil of a time right now in their market. And tomatoes. If you want tomato paste for your pizza and your pasta, where's it going to come from? We have to import all this stuff. We need to have a much stronger, much smarter water policy, and that starts right in California, and it benefits the whole country. I go back.
Gentleman's time has expired. If no other members seek recognition, pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? On this day, O Lord our God, give us a fresh anointing, a sure sense of purpose and protection as we execute the responsibilities you and the American people have entrusted to us. And with your Spirit in our midst, may we each walk in humility, with a healthy sense of our strengths and our weaknesses, our unique gifts and our vulnerabilities. May we walk in gentleness, with the power we could wield under the authority of your purpose. Guard us against our own inclinations to dominate or defend, but spur us to engage in kind disagreements and civil conversation. Help us to walk in patience, to bear one another in love, a love born of selflessness and mercy, respect and forbearance. God and creator of us all, you are above all and through all and in all. May we each give testimony to the grace and peace to be found in you. We offer this prayer in your most holy name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick.
One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. First, does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Victims of disaster don't need to be hassled by government, especially by new taxes. The 2018 Camp Fire in California was the deadliest and most destructive in our state's history. The Fire Victims Trust was set up to compensate these people for their loss and help them rebuild their homes and their lives. However, these fire victims had to deal with the possibility that some of their settlement money and money for attorney's fees that they would pay would be taxed as income by the IRS. To prevent the further victimization of these folks who lost so much already, Representative Thompson and I introduced a bill to exempt payments from the Fire Victims Trust from being taxed by the IRS. The bill received bipartisan support in the House and Senate, but was not included in the end of the session vehicle last year, unfortunately. So getting this bill passed and signed into law is very important and right. These survivors need this money to help get their lives going again. They don't need the government as a partner in the middle taking their cut. It's essential we act quickly so that they can get back with their lives and get the dollars moving towards rebuilding their homes and whatever that is they need from having suffered this already. I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the United States and Canada enjoy a shared border and shared values. We are friends and trading partners. Unfortunately, in recent years, we've seen a layering of restrictions that hinder binational movement. This not only makes it hard to cross a bridge, it hinders binational cooperation, it separates us from one another, it stifles trade and diminishes life quality. Confusion, hassles, and delays prevent travel and inhibits travel plans. As President Biden and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau meet today to discuss our future, I urge them to leverage our strengths to craft solutions that make it easier for us to connect between two countries, fostering better connections, a better economy, and a better life quality. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful that with the new Congress is new leadership. Congratulations to Speaker Kevin McCarthy. Speaker McCarthy has a proven record of accomplishments for the American people, and his leadership will be enhanced with Majority Leader Steve Scalise, Majority Whip Tom Emmer, Republican Conference Chair Elise Stefanik, Republican Conference Vice Chair Mike Johnson, Republican Conference Secretary Richard Hudson, and Policy Committee Chairman Gary Palmer. The Republican majority will immediately begin to implement the Commitment to America with that Speaker McCarthy coordinated with input from across the country. It promotes an economy that's strong, a nation that's safe, a future that's built on freedom, and a government that's accountable. Legislation begins with the Family and Small Business Taxpayer Protection Act, which defunds Biden's army of 87,000 new IRS agents. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years in the global war on terrorism as it continues from Afghanistan safe haven to America. Our sympathy to the family of magnificent Diamond Lynette Hardaway of North Carolina, and we welcome Delegate Jim Moylan of Guam.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Don Natoli and celebrate his retirement from the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors after 7 terms on the board and a lifetime of service to the Sacramento community. Don started his public service career in 1977 when he was elected to the Galt High School Board of Trustees. I've had the privilege of working with Don over the years. He's a tireless public servant. All of us get to go to Eagle Scout ceremonies, medal awards and so forth. Don is at every one of those. So our community is a much better place because of the service and the representation that we had from Supervisor Don Natoli. I want to extend my congratulations and thank County Supervisor Natoli for his lifelong dedication to public service in Sacramento County. His commitment to the betterment of our region will stand as an example of public service for years to come. Sacramento County is a better place to live and raise a family because of Don Natoli's lifetime of service, and I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating Don Natoli for his work in our community and his service to our country.
The gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Idaho seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, you look great up there, and I ask unanimous consent for 1 minute to revise this, extend my remark.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recently learned that the Biden administration is considering funding mining projects across America with American tax dollars in order to address our country's mineral concerns. Speaker, we've seen this movie before. President Biden looks to other countries to meet our country's energy needs while our domestic industries are blocked by unnecessary permitting delays and regulatory uncertainty. If I may offer a suggestion to both the President and my Democrat colleagues, why not in America? In my home state of Idaho, we have an abundance of resources including cobalt, gold, silver, tungsten, antimony. These resources are necessary for the production of batteries, semiconductors, munitions, and countless other essential products. Instead of looking at countries with hostile motives against America like Russia and China to help us meet our demand for critical minerals, we should strengthen our domestic supply chains by enabling the responsible development of our resources at home. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of those who defend the unborn. I'd like to join my esteemed colleague Mike Johnson in calling out against violence. Not all of us believe in the Bible, but those who do understand that there are over 100 references to a child before it is born. And for those of us who believe that the child is in existence before and recognized by God before they're born, wouldn't it be immoral of those people to not stand up for what they believe is life? And so therefore I call on all those people who respect those beliefs and respect the Bible, respect their God, that we defend those people in making sure that we don't have violence, and we call out as a united body, both Democrats and Republicans, to protect those who stand for what's right. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share my priorities for South Texas.
Does the gentleman ask for unanimous consent for 1 minute speech?
I request unanimous consent.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
It is an honor to stand in the People's House. Being here as a single mother and the granddaughter of a Mexican farm worker shows that all things are possible in America through faith and hard work. That's why I am proud that my first vote is to protect small businesses in South Texas from the IRS overreach, which disproportionately hurts low-income Americans and communities like mine. The last thing we need are 87,000 IRS agents harassing South Texans. Families are struggling. Single moms are struggling. Our Border Patrol lacks resources. And after a century of one-party control in my district, we still have entire counties without doctors. I pledge to work in a bipartisan manner to address these challenges during my time here to promote prosperity for all Americans, regardless of their race, gender, or creed, and to keep the American dream alive for the next generation. So help me God. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the 2023 college football national champions, my alma mater, the University of Georgia Bulldogs. In a stunning triumph last night, the Georgia Bulldogs defeated the TCU Horned Frogs 65-7, marking the largest margin of victory in bowl game history. After boasting an impressive, undefeated record in the regular season, last night's historic win proved, without a doubt, that the Dogs are victorious and on top. Congratulations to the talented young men that put their all into the game, including Heisman finalist and four-time college football playoff MVP, quarterback Stetson Bennett. Congratulations to head coach Kirby Smart and the entire coaching staff for leading the Georgia Bulldogs in becoming back-to-back national champions. Go Dogs! I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and thank Buffalo Bills assistant athletic trainer Denny Kellington for his heroic actions, saving the life of Bills safety Damar Hamlin during the Bills' January 2nd matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. Kellington graduated from Oklahoma State in 2000 and spent time working for the Denver Broncos, Ohio State, and even working for upstate New York's very own Syracuse University. After Hamlin collapsed, Kellington jumped into action and began performing CPR, continuing this life-saving treatment for 9 minutes, saving Hamlin's life and opening the door for his speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, Denny Kellington is a hero. All of New York's 24th District, the Bills Mafia, and America are forever grateful for his heroism and his leadership during a truly terrifying moment. Due to his valiant actions, I support the calls for the National Football League to make Denny Kellington the first athletic trainer to be inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. There is power in prayer, and we are so grateful for Damar's promising recovery. Go Bills! I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate one of West Texas' best, Ron Butler, on his induction into the 2023 Texas Banker Hall of Fame. On April 27th, Ron will be recognized for his outstanding leadership and service in the banking community. After graduating from Texas Tech University, Mr. Butler went on to join the First Financial Family Bank family, where he remained for 30 years and now serves as Vice President and Chief Administrative Officer. Ron is a dedicated family man. He's passionate about serving his community there in Abilene, and not an avid, but a rabid Red Raider fan. I know his wife Lorelei and his two children Trey and Sydney are very proud of him, and so am I. God bless, guns up, and go West Texas.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a designee of the Majority Leader pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up House Resolution 11 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 11, resolution establishing the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on House Resolution 11.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 11, a resolution establishing the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. This Select Committee will be charged with addressing the urgent threat to the United States and our allies posed by the Chinese Communist Party. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing threat posed by Communist China and the fact that the CCP cannot be trusted as a global partner has been apparent to the American people for some time. In 2019, at the behest of then Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, House Republicans created the China Task Force to review Communist China's actions and to make policy recommendations to protect U.S. interests against the Chinese Communist Party. Republicans sought to make this task force bipartisan and extended an open invitation to Democrats to join us, but unfortunately House Democrats chose not to participate at that time. I hope they do at this time. The China Task Force ultimately produced a report with more than 400 policy recommendations, many of them bipartisan. Today, we're taking the next logical step with the creation of a select committee empowered to investigate and respond to the counterintelligence and economic espionage threat that threatens our very way of life. Make no mistake, Mr. Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party has demonstrated time and time again that it is more interested in being America's foe than America's friend. The events of the past 3 years have brought into stark focus how Communist China's actions affect the United States and the rest of the world. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began inside China's borders, the world has experienced constant disruptions and chaos. Indeed, Communist China's approach to the COVID-19 pandemic is emblematic of its approach to many other things, attempting to cover up the pandemic's existence, resisting all efforts to investigate its origins, committing horrific human rights abuses, and refusing to work productively with the global community to combat the pandemic. It's also become apparent that far too many economically critical supply chains are tied to China, which threatens our economic and national security. We are dangerously dependent on China for basic building blocks of our economy. The result is shortages of critical products like semiconductors and rare earth minerals, both of which are largely produced in China today, along with the shortages of pharmaceuticals and personal protective equipment, which threatens our ability to battle future pandemics. Our national and economic security requires us to secure our vulnerable supply chains and indeed to bring them back home to America. Communist China has also undertaken aggressive actions designed to expand their influence both in the United States and abroad. Communist China is a prolific thief of American intellectual property, violating countless patents and failing to respect international and domestic intellectual property laws. They have undertaken a systematic effort to infiltrate American colleges and universities through their support of the so-called Confucius Institutes and other organizations designed to spread Chinese propaganda. Chinese spy networks operate both on American soil and in cyberspace, and popular Chinese-owned apps like TikTok spread more propaganda and take massive amounts of Americans' personal data back to the Chinese government. In addition, the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative has spread the tentacles of the so-called People's Liberation Army throughout the world, particularly the developing world. and has ensnared dozens of developing countries in debt trap diplomacy. Communist China continues to aggressively push into the South China Sea and militarize small islands, threatening freedom of navigation in this strategically important region. And they relentlessly and aggressively provoke Taiwan, an island that demonstrates to the world what a free, democratic, and capitalist China could look like. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is Communist China is a serious generational threat that we must address before it's too late. China exhibits expanding economic and military power coupled with the uncompromising rejection of our values and those of our allies. That's why the Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party is critical. It will be charged with reviewing our economic dependence on China and restoring safe and secure supply chains, on reviewing China's actions toward the United States and our allies, on restoring American domestic institutions to protect them against Chinese infiltration and propaganda, and so much more. I urge all members on both sides of the aisle to join me in support of this resolution so we can stand united against Communist China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think before I begin, I'd just like to ask any of my Republican colleagues whether anybody found the secret 3-page memo detailing all the concessions that were made to the most extreme elements of the Republican conference. Anyone? I heard that Speaker McCarthy told members during a closed conference meeting that there is no official document or 3-page addendum to the House Rules package detailing these concessions. But none of us ever said it was official. If it was official, it would have been in the official rules package. But I also took note of the fact that in Axios today, we saw this. It says, one thing the document doesn't contain, according to NRCC Chair Richard Hudson, who said that he's seen it, is promised committee chairmanships for specific members, quote, no names, just representation on panels, end quote. So we were able to find out from Mr. Hudson what's not in the in that secret memo, but it would be helpful maybe before the end of the day if we could actually get the document so that the American people know what was promised. In any event, Mr. Speaker, China has the second largest economy in the world, and there is no doubt that their government seeks to extend their sphere of influence and export their model of authoritarianism abroad. The question is, how should the United States respond? For the past 4 years, I've served as chair and co-chair of the Congressional Executive Commission on China. We have monitored China's compliance with international human rights and rule of law standards. Under my leadership, alongside Senators Jeff Merkley and Marco Rubio and Congressman Chris Smith, the Commission has continued to draw attention to the Chinese government's human rights violations and technology-enhanced authoritarianism. We passed my bill, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which seeks to address the genocide in Xinjiang, and we hope can serve as a model for future human rights legislation. We passed the Tibet Policy and Support Act to support the people of Tibet in their struggle against Chinese repression, and the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act to require the U.S. government to impose sanctions against mainland China and Hong Kong officials considered responsible for human rights abuses in Hong Kong. Now, everything that we accomplished at the CECC has been because that commission operates in a bipartisan manner with nonpartisan staff. Our comprehensive annual reports are widely respected by government officials, academics, and advocacy community, and the advocacy community, because they are well researched and they are fact-based. And that brings us to today. Mr. Speaker, we are here to consider the creation of a select committee. This select committee on China would investigate and submit policy recommendations on the status of China's economic, technological, and security progress, as well as its ongoing competition with the United States. I'll be honest, I have reservations here. Many of us have concerns about this turning into a committee that focuses on pushing Republican conspiracy theories and partisan talking points. We certainly don't want it to turn into a place that perpetuates anti-Asian hate. We cannot and we will not tolerate that. But instead, I would hope that this new committee would work in a similar fashion as the CECC, producing bipartisan work with a fact-based tone and approach that could be received by the international community seriously and substantively. And there are a few things I think the Select Committee needs to keep in mind if they truly want to be effective. First, President Trump repeatedly mislabeled COVID with racist language. Such rhetoric coincided with spikes in hate-based acts of violence and discrimination against people of Chinese or Asian origin across our country. This language has no place on this committee or anywhere in Congress. Second, this committee should not seek to focus solely on military solutions. Yes, China's military modernization is a legitimate issue, but that does not demand a military-first policy response. Third, I'm concerned that a committee focus myopically on the economic, technological, and security challenges of China could distract us from the need to build a holistic approach in many of these policy areas. We need to remember that the United States faces economic, technological, and security challenges from many different regions across the globe, not just China. And to focus solely on China, whether it be policy related to trade, tech, authoritarianism, or anything else, is neither analytically sound nor effective. Fourth and finally, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher, said that if he were to chair this committee, he would focus on, I quote, ideological competition and human rights, end quote. And I would just like to say that human rights are not ideological. Human rights are fundamental and universal, protected by a vast body of international law, codified at the United Nations and widely adjudicated. They apply to every person in every country and territory on earth. It is the Chinese Communist Party, in fact, that portrays human rights along an ideological divide. That falsely portrays Chinese values as something distinct from Western values in an effort to justify its repression of the people of China. It's important that the committee does not adopt the rhetoric of Chinese officials. So while I do have concerns here, after reading the resolution itself, I will be voting yes. The Democratic Party has led the way in implementing efforts to monitor China's compliance with international human rights and rule of law standards, and we will continue to do so here. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
1 minute to the distinguished Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy of California.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. He looks very good up in there, too. Mr. Speaker, one of the greatest worries about the future is that we fall behind Communist China. The fact of the matter is, the danger posed by our dependence on China is dire. We spent decades passing policies that welcomed China into the global system. In return, China has exported oppression, aggression, and anti-Americanism. Today, the power of its military and economy are growing at the expense of freedom and democracy worldwide. It didn't start under this administration, but the current administration has clearly made it worse. Their policies has weakened our economy and made us more vulnerable to the threats of the CCP. But here's the good news. There is bipartisan consensus that the era of trusting Communist China is over. I listened to my friend, the gentleman across the aisle. I listened to your points of your concerns. Do not be concerned. Those are my same concerns as well, and they will not take place. I will tell the gentleman where the idea of all this was created. It was on a Codell to Normandy. I was there with then Speaker Nancy Pelosi, celebrating the 75th anniversary of D-Day. And as you walked those hollow grounds of the crosses of the Star of David of these young American men, and you wondered, what could have been done for that day never to take place? It dawned on me at that moment in time, there was an opportunity. Instead of American government not speaking with one voice, these different messages we've been providing, could we have a bipartisan committee that could look at all aspects from economics, where when we fell into COVID, not knowing whether we could have our medical supplies because China controlled so much. We learn of the farmland they are buying today, the stealing of our intellectual property. But we weaken ourselves when we fight which way to do it. Wouldn't it be better if we all came together? And for 9 months we worked on that. And we did get an agreement that we were going to start a bipartisan task force. We even had Washington Post come in and interview the members who were going to be on it. But unfortunately, the night before, then the majority party pulled back. You have my word and my commitment. This is not a partisan committee. This will be a bipartisan committee that is my hope, my desire, my wish that we speak with one voice, that we focus on the challenges that we have. How do we bring our jobs back from China to America? How do we secure our intellectual property? How do we make sure our farmland is protected? All of that would be brought up within this committee. The threat is too great for us to bicker with ourselves. The future should be determined by us. I've heard my colleagues on both sides say that the threat posed by Communist China is serious. I fully agree. This is an issue that transcends our political parties. And creating the Select Committee on China is our best avenue for addressing it. If you want to end our dependence on China, this committee will investigate it. You want to protect our national security, this committee will work on it. If you want to stop the theft of intellectual property and bring supply chains back to America, this committee will work to make it happen. Worried about Chinese propaganda in our schools and lobbying efforts in Washington, this committee will shine a bright light on it. Outraged that the CCP is buying American farmland, this committee will work to stop it. But they'll stop it with one voice. It's not one party saying it. It's America united, determining our own future. We want to stop trillions of American dollars from financing communist genocide and military modernization. The committee will work to prevent it, including by investigating how ESG benefits the CCP. The Select Committee on China will create the plan that will take us where we really need to go. It will get us all on the same page and move us in the right direction. Members of the Select Committee will work closely with their colleagues on every committee to get the job done. Is it partisan? Absolutely not. And to my friend across the aisle, if any time on the 5 items you listed that you feel something is challenging those, you come to me. Because that's not the intent and that's not what I'll put up with. I sat with the new leader on the Democrats and I told him early on of what this committee will be and who will be putting on it. We want serious lawmakers. This isn't for somebody to go in and be viral because they want to make some point. This is to work together as one Congress with one of our greatest challenges for the future. That no longer will we be dependent upon China, but no longer will we be as vulnerable. America will be stronger, dependent upon ourselves, and we will do this together. That's what the American people expect. I want this committee to last beyond who's in the majority and never, ever be decided that this is a partisan committee. You have my commitment. And at any times I feel whoever the leader puts on this committee on the other side, I told him I would approach him if I felt somebody on the other side was trying to make it partisan. Let's start with the right philosophy, with the right goals in mind, and let's work together to make it happen. I think if you will see, the chairman will be Mike Gallagher. This is a man who has sacrificed a lot. This is a man who's focused and studied. But this is a man who's not going to be partisan. We want the very best ideas. Doesn't matter where they come from. And at the end of the day, we don't need a majority and a minority report. We just need one philosophy with one principle, and America will be stronger for the future to come. And I want to thank you for your support. I appreciate it, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Speaker for his assurances. At this point, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Barra.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my good friend from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern. I rise today to talk about the Select Committee on China and to support the Select Committee on China. These past two Congresses, I've had the privilege of being the chairman on the Subcommittee on Asia and the Pacific and a senior member on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Worked very closely with my ranking member, Steve Shabbat, good friend who we're going to miss, but also served as ranking member when Mr. Shabbat was chairman on that committee. And we've learned a lot in how we should approach China. We've looked at supply chains. We've traveled to the region. We've talked to our partners in Southeast Asia and ASEAN. We've understood the vulnerabilities. Our subcommittee had the first hearing on the novel coronavirus back in February of 2020 when we didn't have a name on it. So we understand the importance as a doctor of understanding the origins of COVID, where it came from, how we can best prevent the next pandemic. None of those questions are ones that we should be looking at and bickering about as Democratic or Republican questions. Those are questions that just make a lot of sense to our security, our economic strength, and where we go from here. So I applaud the Speaker's comments on wanting this to be an American strategy, not a Democratic or Republican strategy. If we look at our own history, what served us well in the Cold War is we had an American strategy. It didn't change every 2 years. It didn't change with the new presidential administration. We acted on it, we laid it out there, we executed it, and we won the Cold War without going to war. That's what the challenge is that faces us today. I wish China had gone a different direction. I wish they had opened up. I applaud the work that Mr. McGovern does on human rights and addressing the Uyghur genocide. Speaker Emeriti Pelosi has been a champion on looking at the human rights abuses and what the tragedy that's taking place in Tibet. Those are all issues that we should come together, not just as the United States of America, but with our allies and friends, because they have the same concerns. I don't want to say we're in a new Cold War, but we are in a real challenge right now. So I support the Select Committee. Let's make it nonpartisan, and let's work together to create an American strategy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to my good friend, the distinguished member from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher, and the chairman-designate of the proposed Select Committee.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of HRES 11 establishing a bipartisan Select Committee on the strategic competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. In 1946, a great Wisconsinite, George Kennan, argued that dealing with the Soviet threat was the greatest task our diplomacy has ever faced, and probably the greatest it will ever have to face. Today, due to its aggression and its economic strength, and our unique economic entanglement with it, the Chinese Communist Party represents an even greater test for American diplomacy. As Secretary of State Anthony Blinken put it last year, China is the only country with both the intent to reshape the international order and, increasingly, the economic, diplomatic, military, and technological power to do it. The threat posed by the CCP is not abstract. The CCP's aggression is not limited to Taiwan, the South China Sea, Hong Kong, or even Xinjiang, where two successive administrations, Republican and Democrat alike, have determined that the CCP is engaging in genocide. We see this aggression here at home, where the party has stolen American intellectual property, technology, and industrial capacity, undermining our economy and good-paying American jobs. It is here at home where the party's extraterritorial totalitarianism terrorizes Chinese students studying at our universities and targets Americans of Chinese descent. And it is here at home where thousands of Americans are poisoned each year by fentanyl precursors manufactured in China and distributed thanks to a complex Chinese money laundering network. It is time to understand the urgency of the threat. It is time to reclaim our economic independence in key areas. The Select Committee will expose the CCP's coordinated whole-of-society strategy to undermine American leadership and American sovereignty while working on a bipartisan basis and with the committees of jurisdiction to identify long overdue, common sense approaches to counter CCP aggression. And I stress working on a bipartisan basis because that's the only way we're going to be successful over the long term. The CCP doesn't pose a danger to just Republicans or Democrats. It's a threat to all Americans. And I commend my colleague for his work on the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. That is one of the most consequential, significant pieces of legislation that we've passed on a bipartisan basis in recent years. And it's up to us to ensure that it's fully implemented. And there's much work to be done on that front. We need to have a united front here in Congress to counter the Chinese Communist Party. And in so doing, at every step along the way, we must make sure that we are drawing a distinction between the party and the Chinese people, with whom we have no quarrel, and who are often the primary victims of CCP aggression and repression. In sum, there is no more critical challenge facing our nation today. I am grateful to Speaker McCarthy for his leadership in establishing this select committee, for giving me the mission of ensuring this stays bipartisan. You've heard his sincerity in wanting this to be an area where Republicans and Democrats can work together. I would also like to thank Chairman Mike McCall, who chaired the China Task Force and did a phenomenal job. We are building upon the foundation that he laid with the China Task Force, and I look forward to working with him as this effort moves forward. And I urge my colleagues to support this critical legislation. I look forward to working with my Democratic colleagues. I see many friends sitting on the other side of the chamber, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster.
Thank you,
gentleman is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker. I rise in support of the creation of the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party. I rise as a research scientist who's participated in many international collaborations, which included some brilliant Chinese scientists. And I rise also as a businessman who founded a high-tech manufacturing business that now provides over 1,000 good-paying American manufacturing jobs, and has kept those manufacturing jobs in America despite having to compete in the world markets with cloned Chinese products for over 2 decades. And I have watched with consternation as our business's electronic supply chain has been increasingly dependent upon China. Now, it was not a stupid thing for our country and the countries of the free world to attempt to help China become a free and open country by integrating it into the international economy and into the international scientific research community, and to open our doors to Chinese students and scholars. In the years since World War II, that approach has succeeded in turning many previously autocratic countries into free democracies around the world. In fact, in previous years, China took a number of steps towards becoming a free and open country, but in recent years, it has turned back towards autocracy. So it is time to respond to that reality and to take thoughtful action. On a personal note, my wife is Korean and is a scientist who has contributed at the highest levels of scientific research and science policy in the United States. And the only reason that she is free today is that 2 generations ago, the U.S. and the free countries of the world stood up against communism in Korea. But nothing is more self-defeating than the anti-Asian racism that sometimes creeps into the debate in our country. The frontiers that we should be defending are not the good old US of A, but the free democracies of the world. So I rise in support of this new Select Committee on the Strategic Competition, and in particular on the clear distinction that it makes, even in its title, between the Communist Party of China and the people of China, who are not the enemy.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma. And Mr. Speaker, the Chinese Communist Party is intent on replacing the United States as the world's preeminent economic, military, and technological power. They have a sophisticated plan to challenge American hegemony and leverage every possible avenue to finance their goals. Defending against these advances is one of the most significant geopolitical challenges of a generation. So today, the House, led by Speaker Kevin McCarthy, is voting to establish a Select Committee on China to do just that. This Select Committee will examine the threats from the Chinese Communist Party with a fine-tooth comb and expose them for the American people and for the whole world to fully understand. In addition, we will develop concrete solutions for how we can better position the United States to prevail in this competition and ensure that the 21st century is led by the United States and defined by a rules-based international order. The stakes are high, and the CCP's list of offenses against the norms of international order are long, from violating an international treaty and dismantling Hong Kong's civil liberties, egregious zero-tolerance COVID-19 restrictions in mainland China that led to mass protests with brutal crackdowns from CCP authorities, oppressing ethnic minorities, persecuting Uyghurs and Tibetans, conducting increasingly belligerent provocations on land, air, and in cyberspace, using debt trap diplomacy through the Belt and Road Initiative to assert colonial dominance over lesser developed countries, engaging in economic warfare through unfair trade practices, the theft of $600 billion of intellectual property from American businesses each year through the forced transfer of technology, threatening through military, economic, and diplomatic coercion the democracy in Taiwan. And last year and the year before, the threat from the CCP came into focus when the CCP silenced doctors, corrupted the World Health Organization to spread disinformation, cover up substandard biosecurity at the Wuhan Institute of Virology, leading to a deadly virus becoming a global pandemic, killing millions, devastating the global economy, and giving the CCP the opportunity to weaponize the global supply chain against the West. But many Americans may not be aware that Beijing's malign activities are fueled in part by unwitting American investors. In 2020, $120 billion of U.S. foreign direct investment flowed into China from American businesses and investors. Mr. Speaker, the United States is the economic envy of the world because we possess a capitalist free market economy, the deepest, most competitive liquid capital markets on planet Earth. And this empowers individual investors and businesses to make decisions for themselves. But we cannot allow Wall Street, banks, asset managers, global equity index providers to fuel the rise of the CCP, military, and surveillance companies hell-bent on targeting Americans. These companies pose an imminent and growing threat to American national security and the security of our allies. And that's why I will be reintroducing the Chinese Military and Surveillance Company Sanctions Act of 2021 in the 118th Congress, legislation that uses the economic power of the United States through OFAC to sanction Chinese companies that threaten U.S. national security. I commend Speaker McCarthy for following through on his promise to create this select committee, for naming Congressman Mike Gallagher chairman of the committee, who has been a fighter on the front lines and will do a great job leading this committee. I will close with this. Every president, from Harry Truman to George H.W. Bush, understood the need to confront the threat from the Soviet Union and defend the United States and our principles against communism. Because of that bipartisan commitment and because of the strength and vitality of the American system, our nation was victorious in the Cold War. We must come together again as Republicans and Democrats to confront
the gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman's courtesy in permitting me to speak on this. I come to the floor much encouraged, having heard the words of the Speaker and the Chairman-designate of Mr. Gallagher. I was one of those people 25 years ago who was part of the consensus that we could engage Communist China into the world economy. I had an opportunity to travel extensively, meeting with the Chinese leadership at that time. They were saying the right things. I think some of them were sincere. It was an encouraging opportunity. But over the course of the last 20 years, it's taken a wrong turn. We have watched the Chinese play a cynical game. They have not lived up to their obligations under the WTO. We don't have a procurement provision, for example. We've watched repression increase, and we've watched this current regime in unprecedented ways exploit opportunities. I had legislation to close the de minimis loophole that allows China to import 2 million packages a day, untaxed and uninspected. And heaven only knows, in terms of forced labor, in terms of illicit goods that are coming in here. And I've had legislation to try and change that. I think this select committee can be a forum to bring us together in a nonpartisan basis to take areas in which there is profound agreement, like closing the de minimis loophole. I commend the Speaker and the leadership moving forward. I look forward to working with Democratic leadership on this, to use it as an opportunity to get us back on track, particularly given the insidious nature of the current regime, forced labor. We've made great progress legislatively to give us more tools. I think there's the potential for this select committee to build on it and make more progress, and I look forward to working with them. I will support the proposal. Thank you very much.
Time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 90 seconds to my very good friend, distinguished member from Montana, Mr. Zinke.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of the Select Committee on China. As a 23-year veteran of the United States Navy and a former Navy SEAL commander, I'm acquainted with China and its looming threat. Without question, China's actions represent a threat not only to national security, but also our environment. As Secretary of Interior, I led a delegation of officials to the Pacific Islands and witnessed firsthand China's intentions. And I can tell you their intentions are clear: control and dominance of the South China Sea and the hemisphere. It should be noted that China has the largest standing United States largest standing Navy, greater than the United States. It has stolen U.S. technology and has increased their capacity for nuclear weapons. And China continues to threaten democracies such as Taiwan, the Philippines, and even our territories. On the environmental front, the People's Republic of China is the world's largest emission of greenhouse gases, the largest source of marine debris, the worst perpetrators of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and is the world's largest consumer of trafficked wildlife and timber products. In fact, 90% of the world's plastics come from 4 rivers in China. China's actions today represent a clear and present danger, and they use any means available to them: blackmail, data hacking, and espionage. It's time to act in a bipartisan way, and I strongly urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting this critical bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. McGovern. Mr. Speaker, there's broad recognition among Democrats and Republicans that Congress must adopt a whole-of-government approach in response to the intensifying great power competition between the United States and China. The formation of the Select Committee is the Republicans' response to the China question. However, I do remain skeptical of the true intentions behind the formation of this committee, and I hope my Republican colleagues can approach this topic from a position of strength, not weakness, xenophobia, or fear. A specific focus on the strategic competition with China could be meaningful if the committee's work remains constructive, but I question why the work of this proposed select committee could not have been done through the current committees of jurisdiction. But that being said, to be constructive, the committee should consider perspectives beyond the military domain that include the political, economic, cultural, and diplomatic implications of a potential U.S. response. Republican leadership should also select members to sit on this committee who are serious-minded about the risks posed by China and not merely anti-China hawks yearning to isolate China through military might. Most importantly, it is my hope that the committee will consider meaningful ways that we can promote a rules-based international order that the United States has spent considerable time and resources building up in the post-World War II era. We must leverage our soft power tools and work cooperatively with our allies and other democratically aligned partners across the globe to achieve our ends. Finally, unity at home is just as important to demonstrating the strength of our nation as it is to project our strength abroad. Our strength is derived from our unwavering commitment to our democratic values, the cohesion of our alliances, the intellect and innovation of our people, and the shared prosperity of every American. And what grants us currency with the world is our credibility at home as a reliable partner that provides robust social safety net for its people and consistently supports democratic ideals. Mr. Speaker, I urge my Republican colleagues to take this opportunity seriously. It is not simply enough to demonize and humanize our adversaries, to align the world behind our democratic ideals. Let's use this select committee to show that we have unity and strength to outrival China and that we're good for more than just fearful rhetoric. And until this point, our Republican colleagues have shown unwillingness to avoid the vitriol that undermines the constructive approach. So I plan to vote no on this resolution. However, I hope we can move forward in a constructive way.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise to address the growing threat posed to the American people by the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. Let us be clear. The greatest influence, the greatest challenge that we face from an outside source today is from the Chinese Communist Party. From intellectual property theft to deceptive trade practices, the acquisition of farmland to the consideration of rare earth minerals industry into one consolidated outside firm, the Chinese Communist Party continues to pose these challenges to America as we speak. But Americans are waking up to the threat. From combating global public health threats to defending our networks and equipping Americans to lead in global innovation, we must act now to confront the growing threat of the CCP. Having served on the China Task Force, I was proud to work with my colleagues to address these challenges. Together, we delivered over 400 common sense and workable solutions to help address the challenges that we certainly recognize we face today. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, we worked to shed light on the vulnerabilities of our medical supply chain. We worked to strengthen our national security, protect our American values, and secure our place in the international leadership for years to come. Now, it's time to continue that mission by creating the Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the CCP. This Select Committee will finally give the threats posed by the CCP their due congressional attention and ensure that American innovation and American ingenuity continue to outpace the threats to global security and global stability that is perpetrated by the Chinese Communist Party. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this resolution.
The gentleman's time has expired.
And I yield.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
As chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, or CAPAC, I rise to address the creation of this Select Committee on the strategic competition between the U.S. and the Communist Party of China. CAPAC strongly supports strengthening our economy and national security, and we have always recognized that there are legitimate concerns with the actions of the government of the People's Republic of China. This committee could address these issues productively. However, I rise to remind all members that this committee should not be used as an open invitation to traffic in blatant xenophobic anti-China rhetoric that we know results in physical violence against Asian Americans. We certainly saw this with Trump's labeling of COVID as the China virus, resulting in 11,500 hate crimes against AAPIs in this country. This committee cannot be used to promote policies that result in the racial profiling of Asian Americans, but should directly focus on specific concerns related to the government of the People's Republic of China. We know the danger for Asian American communities if the committee devolves into xenophobic rhetoric and scapegoating. Back in the 1980s, when the economic competition between the U.S. and Japan reached a boiling point, Vincent Chin was out at a bar in Detroit celebrating his upcoming wedding, when two laid-off auto workers shouted, "It's because of you that we lost our jobs." These men harassed Vincent, chased him, and bashed him in his head with a baseball bat, beating him until he died. Neither of them served a day in jail and only paid a $3,000 fine. Instead of attending his wedding, Vincent's family attended his funeral. This is part of our country's history. And what this shows is what we say and how we say it matters. And we know how dangerous the consequences can be if we don't get this right. Well, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Hood.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of HRES 11, establishing the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the CCP. As a member of the China Task Force in the 116th and 117th Congresses and a member of the House Intelligence Committee, this committee is long overdue, and I commend Speaker McCarthy for putting it together. A clear and dedicated focus on issues surrounding the strategic competition between the United States and China has never been more important. I would make 3 observations. 1, make no mistake about it, Mr. Speaker, China has a plan to replace us, and they're working on it every single day in technology, national security, and in economics. And the longer we go without addressing those issues, the further we fall behind. Number 2, look at the allies that Xi Jinping and the CCP align themselves with. Putin in Russia, who's a war criminal. Iran. You talk about the unbreakable bond they have with Russia as it relates to the Ukraine conflict. They would want nothing more than to see the West lose in this conflict. Number 3, I hope this Select Committee looks at how we can use our economic power in the United States in the trade space, working with our like-minded allies in the Indo-Pacific region, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, Philippines, Indonesia. We have been asleep at the wheel when it comes to the economic power we should be using in the region. Finally, China continues to exploit democratic norms and standards throughout the region, engages in economic manipulation of the global marketplace, and threatens global peace and security efforts. This Select Committee is more important than ever to ensure the United States does not continue to delay our focus on the true needs of our strategic competition with China. I strongly support the Select Committee, and I urge adoption of the resolution, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this Select Committee. As an Asian American who represents the only Asian majority district in the continental United States, I would never support a committee that I thought would engage in xenophobia or attacks on the Chinese people. But I am pleased that this committee is not directed against China, but is directed against the Chinese Communist Party in the crafting of the language. And I am pleased that it's going to focus on things that have been a bipartisan concern, human rights violations that Representative McGovern has advocated in standing up to the Uyghurs, the fact that this country has lost our industrial base. For 40 years, on a bipartisan basis, we watched as jobs were shipped offshore, factories shut down, Our trade deficit's going from $70 billion to almost $400 billion. That has hurt the working class. It's hurt our ability to be a superpower, and it has led to rising tensions with China. If we want to deal with Asian hate in this country, one of the things we need to do is rebalance our production. It's the loss of our jobs that has fueled some of the xenophobia. It's the loss of those jobs that fueled the killing that Representative Chu talked about in Michigan with Vincent Chang. I believe this committee can not only stand up for American interests, I believe when done well, it can help get us to peace and reduce the tensions with China by rebalancing trade, by ensuring that China doesn't invade Taiwan, and by standing up for human rights. And I am pleased on a personal basis that Representative Gallagher will be chair of that. We have had heated debates in the Armed Services Committee. We don't agree on many things, but I know that he's a Marine, a patriot, and someone who is going to make sure that the committee is focused on the issues.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, I thank the distinguished Chairman, Mr. Cole, and Speaker. I rise in support of the creation of this bipartisan select committee on strategic competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. And like my friend from California, the title is fundamental here. This is a policy dispute between our government and the Chinese Communist Party, not China, not the Chinese people. Most Americans have great affinity for the Chinese people, their industriousness, technical talent, both in China and as citizens abroad. And the United States has a long history of partnership with China in the 19th century as a partner in trade, during World War II as an ally, and our support of their growth over the past 5 decades. But today, as a great power and as an ancient civilization, China has been perverted by the modern leadership of Leader for Life Xi and the CCP. Sadly, this has been manifested by rampant intellectual property theft, overburdening developing nations through corrupt credit practices, manipulation of the facts in Wuhan, punishment of religious thought, and the collapse of the rule of law in one of the freest places on the globe, Hong Kong, and perhaps most offensively, genocide of the Uyghurs and others. During the pandemic, we have witnessed the severe vulnerability of the world's global supply chain as being far too reliant on China for minerals, for pharmaceuticals, for medical supplies, for almost everything. This select committee will work to address the possible strategies and meet and counter Xi's posture. I urge all my colleagues to support its creation. I wish Chairman Gallagher well in his mission, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding the time, and I rise in strong opposition to the H.R. Res. 11, which would create a select committee on China. The only reason why we are creating this select committee on China is because extremist MAGA Republicans in last week's circular firing squad election for Speaker, the Speaker had to promise to allow creation of this committee. And so what I fear, because we've known for a long time, we've watched China rise. We know their activities. We know what kind of competition they pose us economically, national security, intellectual property, human rights, all of these issues. We know where we stand with China, and each of those issues are covered by jurisdiction, by committees of jurisdiction that exist right now. And any investigation that is done can be done through the existing committees. So why are we creating this committee? I fear that it is to create a platform to unleash anti-Asian hate and division. And this committee should not be used as an open invitation to engage and traffic in blatantly xenophobic anti-Asian rhetoric that we know historically results in violence against the Asian people in this country. And so that is the reason why I oppose this the creation of this select committee. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, distinguished gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Select Committee on China. In February of last year, President Xi of China and President Putin of Russia issued a joint statement redefining democracy and proclaiming that, quote, a trend has emerged towards redistribution of power in the world, close quote. We must take this statement seriously. Also in February of last year, the White House released its annual report on domestic supply chains, highlighting the heavy reliance of many U.S. industries on China. For example, China provides more than 70% of certain pesticides, and 3 Chinese companies account for 96% of the world's dry cargo. The recent COVID pandemic underlined our dependencies on vital medications, like 90% of U.S. antibiotic imports are from China. Such heavy dependency on any country would be a major risk, but being dependent on a communist country with expansionist policies is a significant national security risk. We must address it. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend. Mr. Speaker, it's my hope that this Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and China will be a sober and comprehensive engagement of the very important challenge China poses to American security and prosperity and that of our allies, and not a cynical descent into the worst impulses of Republican oversight efforts. This Select Committee offers us an opportunity for this body to assess and act on how the United States can compete with the CCP on advanced manufacturing, trade, emerging technologies, leading the world in competition between democracy versus autocracy, and to bring to light the autocratic practices and human rights violations in Hong Kong, Xinjiang, Uyghur autonomous regions, and Tibet. As president of NATO's legislative arm, I was proud to partner with my colleagues in this body on both sides of the aisle and on both sides of the Atlantic to put China on the NATO agenda for the very first time in its 70-year history. I'm hopeful this Select Committee can also follow the lead of the Congressional Taiwan Caucus, which I co-chair and have co-chaired for 10 years, to use this committee as a venue to express bipartisan support for Taiwan's democracy, independence, and territorial sovereignty instead of driving wedges that can only advance the interests of those we seek to expose. Using this committee to drive partisan wedges would be a missed opportunity, and I'm hopeful we will not do that. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to tackle the geopolitical question of our generation and to make this a bipartisan inquiry and effort. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend and distinguished veteran in service to the United States, now in the Congress of the United States, Mr. Walz of Florida.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, we know the activities of the Chinese Communist Party under the leadership of Xi, the worst genocide since World War II. Not just according to the United States, multiple administrations of the United States, but also according to the UN, Hong Kong, South China Sea, threats to India, threats to Taiwan. Xi is telling his country to prepare for war. Here at home, we have the cornering of critical supply chains and dependencies on China that is being done deliberately as they steal their way to the top through our intellectual property, spying on the Federal Reserve, flooding our key institutions, including academia, with money, buying up farmland. Mr. Chairman, this is a whole of government, whole of society challenge that we have never before faced in American history. And that's why we need a committee like this. That's why we need a committee that spans all of these jurisdictions, and we certainly need the leadership of my good friend and colleague, Representative Mike Gallagher.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves.
I reserve.
From Massachusetts is recognized.
I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend who also has rendered distinguished service to our country in uniform, Mr. Mills of Florida.
Thank you, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come to the floor today to talk about the economic resource warfare that the CCP has launched against the United States. As a former business owner, I can tell you the CCP continues to steal hundreds of billions of dollars in intellectual property from American companies with no consequence. Under the current weak administration, who has lost credibility on the world stage after the failed Afghan withdrawal, they have shown no course of action to combat these issues. But there is a plan now. Thanks to the American people who have elected a Republican majority, I am happy to support this established select committee to hold the CCP accountable. I am committed to putting us back ahead of the malign and Chinese aggressions. While this resolution is just a start, we need to also look at mitigating Chairman Xi's One Road, One Belt initiative and increase domestic production to offset our GDP to national debt ratio while unleashing American energy production and strengthening the U.S. dollar. This bill is a common sense approach that will put America first and stop adversarial reliance on nations who intend to eliminate the U.S. dollar from being the global currency, cut off the Western Hemisphere supply chains, and advance China's goal of a hegemony. Let's get this done and put America first. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished member from New Jersey, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, for over 3 decades post-Tiananmen Square massacre, Congress was deeply divided, not between Republican and Democrats, but among the majority here and in the Senate, who favored unfettered engagement and trade without serious human rights conditionality. Indeed, President Clinton delinked human rights and trade on May 26, 1994. I went up there and gave a press conference. I was joined by a few others saying how serious that was to give up on human rights and allow profits to trump human rights. We've seen the brutal nature of the communist regime, especially under Xi Jinping, and the Chinese Communist Party's ultimate desire to see hegemony. Over the years, I've chaired 76 congressional hearings on China and authored several pieces of legislation, including the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act, and was the Republican sponsor of Jim McGovern's Uyghur Forced Labor Act. We now have to make sure those laws are being faithfully implemented. 20 years ago, when China became a member of the WTO, most members of Congress, and certainly in the business, in the community and foreign policy establishment, bought into what James Mann rightfully called the China fantasy. In other words, if you just trade more with a dictatorship, somehow they'll matriculate into a democracy. That fantasy has been shown to be demonstrably naive at best. The CCP has become more powerful because of the trade and dual-use items that have accrued over there that are now being used by their military and by their police. I would note parenthetically, I chaired 2 hearings on why China should not be invited into the WTO, and no one listened. The record is clear, Mr. Speaker. As predicted, we have become more like them, and thankfully that is changing, but many in our corporate establishment, we saw with the Olympics, were standing right by Beijing and the CCP and Xi Jinping, wouldn't utter a word, including Coca-Cola and others, about the terrible killing of the Uyghurs and the use of forced labor camp. We have stood by as the Chinese Embassy and the Ministry of State Security have harassed people of Chinese heritage and nationality living lawfully in the United States. We have not done all that we could do for the people of Hong Kong, Tibet, and the Uyghur people in the autonomous region. But today, thankfully, we are turning a page. And I want to applaud our Speaker for pushing hard for this select committee, and hopefully it will make a difference. Yield back.
Expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, if I could inquire from the gentleman from Oklahoma whether he has any more speakers.
I'd advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever he is.
Mr. Speaker, I will.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I will yield myself the remaining time.
The gentleman is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, this select committee has the potential to do some substantive work. And there is a bipartisan group here in this House that for years has been focused on holding China accountable and upholding a high standard of human rights. And I don't want to close without acknowledging the incredible leadership of Speaker Pelosi in all of this. I traveled with Speaker Pelosi to China a few years back, and she insisted that we visit Tibet, a place that was blocked off for congressional visits for many, many years. She refused to take no for an answer, and we went to Tibet. And under her leadership, the legislation that I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, was passed. The most consequential legislation to hold China accountable passed in this Congress in history. But the potential that this Select Committee has really is contingent on making sure that the words that were expressed by Speaker McCarthy and by incoming Chair Gallagher are actually upheld. The concern that you hear on our side really is concern that this devolves into something that is about promoting conspiracy theories and that tolerates racist language. And we say that because we've been through all this. The former president, through the use of the words that he chose to employ, resulted in hate crimes against Asian Americans in this country. It is unconscionable. And if that committee goes in that direction, I will assure you that the Democrats on that committee will push back forcefully. We want this committee to be effective. In theory, this is a committee that we should all get behind, and I hope that it is successful. I hope that it is bipartisan. I hope that it is all that we have been promised here today. As I said, I am going to vote for this because I think it is the right thing to do. And I have faith that our members on both sides will do the right thing. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote their conscience. I'm going to vote yes on this, and I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to begin by thanking my friend for the debate and for his tremendous work in holding China accountable in the human rights area. And I'm certainly confident the Speaker will do as he said, and we'll have a committee both sides can be proud of. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this resolution creating a select committee on the strategic competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. It's beyond dispute that Communist China poses an urgent generational threat to United States interests and values. America has become far too economically dependent on China in recent decades, and as a result, our supply chains have become dangerously fragile. We must urgently take steps to secure our supply chains and bring them home. The Chinese Communist Party continues to push the envelope, both in the United States and abroad. They steal American intellectual property, they build spy networks and propaganda machines on American soil, they threaten our allies in Asia and in the South China Sea, and they have spread their influence throughout the developing world, seeking to ensnare vulnerable developing countries in debt-trap diplomacy. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for the House of Representatives to take a comprehensive look at Communist China. We must build on the excellent work done by the China Task Force in 2019 and 2020. We must investigate China's actions and respond appropriately to ensure America confronts this very grave threat. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and urge all members to vote yes on this resolution.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back the balance of his time. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on agreeing to the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Okay. Good.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I was going to ask for the yeas and nays, too.
Just wanted to make sure.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Those A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a designee of the Majority Leader, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up House Resolution 12 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 12, resolution establishing a select subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government as a select investigative subcommittee of the Committee on the Judiciary.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on House Resolution 12.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 12, a resolution establishing the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. This Select Subcommittee is modeled on the famous Church Committee, which investigated the American intelligence community in the 1970s and uncovered and exposed a wide variety of abuses, including many directed against American citizens. Similar to the situation that confronted America in the 1970s, in recent years we've witnessed abuses of the civil liberties of American citizens committed by the executive branch. The Select Subcommittee will operate as a select investigative subcommittee of the Judiciary Committee and will be tasked with studying and reporting on the executive branch's authority to collect information on or otherwise investigate citizens of the United States. It will investigate how the executive branch agencies work with and exchange information with the private sector and other government agencies to facilitate action against American citizens. How the executive branch agencies collect, compile, analyze, use, or disseminate information about citizens of the United States, the laws, programs, and activities of the executive branch as they relate to the collection of information on citizens of the United States, and any other issues related to the violation of civil liberties of American citizens. Mr. Speaker, it is undeniable that in recent years, the executive branch of the federal government has abused its authority and violated the civil liberties of American citizens, often for political purposes. There are many examples to point to, ranging from a father being labeled a, quote, domestic terrorist, unquote, for confronting a school board over the sexual assault of his daughter, to the federal government's role in suppressing information on Twitter, to the Department of Homeland Security's plans to create a disinformation governance board, and to the revelations regarding the FBI's abuse of its Foreign Intelligence and Surveillance Act authority. All these examples and many more demonstrate how prevalent such abusive actions have become. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve to have confidence in their government. They deserve to know that the broad powers granted to the federal government, to the FBI, to the Department of Homeland Security, and to the intelligence agencies are not being abused. They deserve to know that the executive branch is not positioning itself as the final arbiter of what constitutes truth. And they deserve to know that they will not be labeled a domestic terrorist for advocating for their children in front of a school board. Mr. Speaker, it was Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis who stated that, quote, sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants, unquote. At the end of the day, that is the purpose of the Select Subcommittee. It will bring abuses by the federal government into the light for the American people and ensure that Congress, as their elected representatives, can take appropriate action to remedy them. I have confidence that this Select Subcommittee will accomplish that goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today we will consider the creation of a new subcommittee here in the House that Republicans call the Select Committee on Weaponizing the Federal Government. I call it the McCarthy Committee. And I'm not talking about Kevin, I'm talking about Joe. Because, Mr. Speaker, this committee is nothing more than a deranged ploy by the MAGA extremists who have hijacked the Republican Party and now want to use taxpayer money to push their far-right conspiracy nonsense. Now, let's start with the subcommittee's mandate, which is recklessly broad. Speaker McCarthy is essentially handing Mr. Jordan the power to target anyone and anything he doesn't like, anything and anyone he deems unconstitutional, illegal, or unethical. And who decides what's unconstitutional, illegal, or unethical? Mr. Jordan does. So why don't we just be blunt here? Republicans claim to care about law enforcement, but this new committee is about attacking law enforcement. It's about going after people. It's about destroying people's careers and lives. It's about undermining the Department of Justice, defunding the police, and settling scores on behalf of the twice impeached and disgraced former occupant of the Oval Office. The MAGA extremist fringe of the Republican Party will use this committee to push QAnon conspiracy theories and lies from Truth Social. They're going to use it to gin up fake investigations into non-existent scandals. I think we need to just start calling this the tinfoil hat committee. Speaker McCarthy even changed the language at the last minute to provide unprecedented authority for the subcommittee to interfere in ongoing criminal investigations. Now, let me repeat. The Republican Party, the party that claims to care about law and order, has created a committee not just to defund the police based on their wacky conspiracy theories, but to actually try to shut down ongoing investigations, including into domestic terrorists, phony electors, insurrectionists, people who are on trial for sedition because they tried to overthrow the government, and even disgraced former President Donald Trump. This is outrageous. We are a country of laws, but this committee seeks to undermine the law, undermine the police, and make a complete mockery of the investigative and oversight powers of the House. And as seen on this week's Sunday shows, some sitting Republicans being investigated right now by the FBI and the Department of Justice want to serve on this committee. I mean, what? I mean, come on, give me a break. I know my Republican friends have some ethically challenged members who asked for pardons from the former president, but this is beyond the pale. This is unconscionable. This is a conflict of interest. First, they got the Office of Congressional Ethics. Now they give members of Congress the ability to investigate and to try to shut down criminal investigations that they are subjects in. One set of rules for the American people, another set of rules for Republican members of Congress. It is incredibly offensive. On their first real week in the majority, this is what my Republican friends are pushing through. Not a bill to fight inflation, not a bill to raise wages for people, but a bill for Republican members of Congress to shut down investigations into their own wrongdoings. What is wrong with these people? And on top of all of that, this subcommittee expects to use the power of the subpoena to advance their delusional QAnon conspiracy theories and harass federal law enforcement agents. Now, I would say it's almost comical, if it wasn't so disturbing, that Speaker McCarthy and Mr. Jordan refused to comply with bipartisan subpoenas issued by the January 6th committee. So I guess for them, it's do as I say, not as I do. Now, in my mind, it speaks volumes that House Republicans are choosing to prioritize this kind of dangerous partisan garbage instead of actually trying to help everyday Americans. Whatever happened to Republicans' commitment to America? They promised to tackle inflation, end the opiate crisis, reduce the national debt, and more. None of those issues are addressed in their first 12 bills. In fact, the very first bill they passed last night doesn't reduce the deficit. It adds $114 billion to the deficit by making it easier for billionaires to cheat on their taxes. But this is where we are, week 2 of the 118th Congress, And we're creating a witch hunt committee where Republicans plan to air their grievances and further incite crazy fringe conspiracy theories from the internet at the taxpayers' expense. Now, Senator Joseph McCarthy would be very proud of what Republicans are doing today, putting their own personal power and partisan politics over the needs of the American people. Just like Senator McCarthy looking for imaginary communists, they're going to find QAnon conspiracies everywhere they look because that's what they want to find. And just like the McCarthy Committee, this will become another shameful, disgraceful moment for the Congress of the United States. This has nothing to do with the rule of law, nothing to do with proper oversight of government. It's simply about revenge. It's about disrupting and destroying rather than collaborating and creating. It's about putting politics over people instead of putting people over politics to build a better future for America. This subcommittee is an awful idea, and I urge my colleagues in the strongest possible terms to vote no on this monstrosity that will further empower the extremists at the expense of the American people. And with that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished incoming chairman of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Jordan of Ohio.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman yielding. A ploy? It's not a ploy when the Department of Justice treats parents as terrorists, moms and dads who are simply showing up at a school board meeting to advocate for their son or daughter. It's not a ploy when the FBI pays Twitter $3 million, not one, not two, $3 million to censor American citizens. It's not a ploy when the Department of Homeland Security tries to set up a disinformation governance board, because we all know that the Department of Homeland Security can tell what's good speech and what is bad speech, I mean, you got to be kidding me. I tell you what, dozens of whistleblowers who've come talk to Republican staff on the Judiciary Committee don't think this is a ploy. That's why they came to talk to us. They know how serious this is. The former Democrat chair of the Judiciary Committee is in the press today saying we're going to fight this tooth and nail. This is political. But meanwhile, the former Democrat chair of the Intelligence Committee pressured Twitter to censor a journalist. You've got to be kidding me. This is the most important. This is about the First Amendment, something you guys used to care about. And I'd actually hoped we could get bipartisan agreement on protecting the First Amendment, the 5 rights we enjoy as Americans under the First Amendment. Your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, right to petition the government, freedom of press, freedom of speech. Every single one's been attacked in the last 2 years. Government was telling people they couldn't go to church just a few years ago. Your right to assemble, your right to petition the government. The Democrats kept the Capitol closed. You couldn't, as a citizen, couldn't come to your Capitol that you pay for to address your member of Congress, to redress your grievances, because Nancy Pelosi wouldn't let you in. Freedom of the press, I just told you what the head of the Intel Committee tried to do to a journalist. The most important right we have, though, is your right to talk. Because if you can't talk, you can't practice your faith, you can't share your faith, you can't petition your government. The right to speak is the most important, and that's what they're going after. And that's why we've had dozens of whistleblowers come talk to us. We want to focus on that because we want it all to stop. We want the double standard to stop. This idea that if you're a pro-life activist, you're going to get your door kicked in, you're going to get arrested and handcuffed in front of your 7 kids and your spouse for simply praying in front of an abortion clinic and telling the guy who was harassing your son to knock it off. You're going to have the FBI raid your home. But the protest that went on, at Supreme Court justices' homes in the aftermath of the leak of the Dobbs opinion, no problem there. Americans are sick and tired of it. And what we want, we don't want to go after anyone. We just want it to stop. And we want to respect the First Amendment to the Constitution that the greatest country in the world has. That's what this committee is all about, and that's what we're going to focus on. That's what we're going to do. And I yield back to the gentleman. Appreciate him.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Hill entitled January 6 panel names 6 House GOP lawmakers who asked for pardons. Mr. Speaker, there were at least 6 House members who sought pardons from President Trump following January 6 insurrection, and many of them would like to be on this committee, we're told.
Without objection.
At this time, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this resolution, which appears designed to launch a dangerous and unprecedented attack on our law enforcement agencies. Last week, Americans across the country watched the Republican Party melt down the moment it encountered its first test. For days, the extremist wing of the party held the rest of their caucus hostage as they demanded a steep price for their support. And today, we have the first of their many demands on display, an open-ended investigation into whatever conspiracy theories may be headlining the right-wing echo chamber at the moment, with unchecked authority to undermine ongoing criminal and intelligence investigations. For example, the Select Committee can use its expansive authorities to protect Donald Trump, those who perpetrated fake elector schemes to overturn the 2020 presidential election, insurrectionists facing trials for their crimes, and other domestic terrorists. It aims to undermine the safeguards of our democracy and to embolden MAGA extremists who would rather see our institutions fail than to see Democrats and President Biden succeed. Make no mistake, the Destroy Democracy Subcommittee will enable the House Republicans to interfere with the free operation of businesses they do not like, to inhibit the fight against domestic terrorism, and to settle political scores on behalf of Donald Trump. The Judiciary Committee has serious work to do, but rather than trying to solve the problems of the American people, this new subcommittee will expend untold time and money undermining our nation's law enforcement agencies, our justice system, and our intelligence community, all for a political stunt catering to the extremist wing of the Republican Party. I oppose this resolution, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the incoming chairman of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Comer of Kentucky.
The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the creation of the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. The federal government exists to serve the American people, administer the law impartially, and protect our cherished freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. However, some unelected, unaccountable federal bureaucrats have abused their positions of power. The other side of the aisle likes to talk about, quote, threats of democracy. But they refuse to do any congressional oversight as the federal government weaponized its authority, influence, and power to target American groups and citizens based on their political and ideological views. Just yesterday, we learned that classified documents from Joe Biden's time as vice president were stashed in an unsecure closet. The National Archives knew about these documents several months ago, before the election. But the American people were just informed yesterday thanks to some investigative reporting. Meanwhile, the FBI conducted a raid on former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence for the same violation. Why has President Biden, who has repeatedly kept classified materials in an unsecure location for years, never faced a raid? Is it because we have a two-tier system of justice? The left also continues to push for an expanded IRS, even though the agency has a history of targeting conservative political groups. They push for more audits of middle-class Americans instead of better customer service. In another example, at President Biden's direction, the Department of Homeland Security formed a dystopian disinformation board tasked with policing American speech online. While this board has been disbanded, we continue to learn more almost every day about how the Biden administration pressures big tech to censor and suppress Americans' views online that are contrary to their political narrative. The Biden administration's Justice Department also actively targeted parents concerned about woke curricula in their children's schools and labeled many as domestic terrorists. The American people have made it clear that they want accountability for these abuses. We can...
And an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is...
Thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. We cannot delay accountability any longer. We need to get to work now. We must expose the abuses committed by the unelected, unaccountable federal bureaucracy and enact solutions to prevent similar abuses from happening in the future. I look forward, as chairman of the House Oversight Committee, to work closely with this new Select Committee, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to insert into the record a CNN article entitled, "There are clear distinctions between Trump and Biden's two cases." Mr. Speaker, the difference is clear. Unlike in Trump's case, Biden doesn't appear to have tried to assert ownership of the files, to obstruct their handover, or make unhinged claims that he had previously declassified them through his thinking. Trump is being investigated to see whether he infringed the Espionage Act by keeping classified material and for the possible obstruction of justice. I would just say to my colleague who spoke before, the American people also have expectations of elected officials, such as respecting the Constitution and respecting free and fair elections and not trying to overturn free and fair elections. And unfortunately, a majority of my friends on the other side of the aisle chose to ignore that. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to make something crystal clear. The primary purpose of this special subcommittee is to interfere with the special counsel's ongoing investigation into a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. This is a shocking abuse of power. But it's not just the usual efforts by members on the other side of the aisle to once again do Donald Trump's dirty work. This time, they're trying to protect themselves. One of them, a member from Pennsylvania, had his cell phone seized pursuant to a court order finding probable cause that he committed a crime. Yet he has indicated that he wants to be on this subcommittee so that he can undermine a criminal investigation into himself. My Republican counterparts can dress up the subcommittee with a menacing name, but let's call it what it really is: the Republican Committee to Obstruct Justice. The American people don't want that. They don't want yet another front of the Republican war on democracy and the rule of law. I will vote no and urge everyone to do so. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished incoming Chairman of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner of Ohio.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Cole. Last Congress, I served as the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee. Chairman Jordan and I have already been working to ensure that the intelligence community and the Department of Justice, including the FBI, are not violating the civil rights of law-abiding Americans. Sadly, we already have very troubling evidence to begin our investigation to ensure that our intelligence community and law enforcement agencies are not violating Americans' constitutional rights. Some of this information is similar to what's been publicly disclosed by the Twitter files, which is a small portion of the information that we have gravely concerning about improper use of government authority that this committee will be focusing on. This subcommittee is about protecting rights, a task that everyone in this body just took an oath to protect last week. Our committee will be assisting this subcommittee. We look forward to be working with Chairman Jordan on this important issue, and we know that this is important to the American people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Guardian entitled, It's Going to Be Dirty, Republicans Gear Up for Attack on Hunter Biden, and an article from
Without objection.
And an article from Politico entitled, It's Not Just Hunter Biden, Prepare for a 2023 Pact with House GOP Investigations.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, Mr. Jordan will use this subcommittee to go after people MAGA extremists see as their opponents. All the MAGA Republicans seem to want to do is create a forum for settling scores and pushing conspiracy theories. They're not interested in governing. They want to go on Fox. They want to investigate Hunter Biden's laptop. They want to try to steal elections, and they want to shut down the government if they don't get their way. We're at a very dangerous moment in this country, and it's one of the reasons why many of us were so stunned that the new Speaker gave away so much of his authority to a group of extremists in the Republican conference who have spent their entire careers trying to blow this place up. The bottom line is, this committee is basically an assurance that we're going to see these very partisan, political, MAGA-driven investigations go forward. And again, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no. I want to now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. McGovern, for the time. You know, as Ranking Member Nadler from Judiciary said, H.R. 12 is a dangerous government attempt to interject extremist politics into our justice system and shield MAGA extremists from legal consequences for their actions, including January 6th and the follow-up and the investigations that are ongoing now. He's right about that Republican strategy. H.R. 12 is both political cover and a political weapon. Like any legislation, H.R. 12 is driven by the motivation of its sponsors, the Republican majority in the House of Representatives. For example, legislative action on climate change is motivated by urgency and our collective health and life. But H.R. 12 is intended to intimidate, to scare, and to ultimately cower our public institution into standing down as our descent into division and fascism continues. Power for the sake of power is truly dangerous. H.R. 12 is just that. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished veteran, served the United States in a variety of capacities in and out of uniform, Mr. Zinke of Montana.
Gentleman from Montana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of a select committee to investigate the weaponization of the federal government, something I have a lot of experience firsthand. I proudly served as the 52nd Secretary of Interior, and despite the deep state's repeatedly attempts to stop me, I stand before you as a duly elected member of the United States Congress and tell you that a deep state exists and is perhaps the strongest covert weapon the left has against the American people. There is no doubt the federal government deep state coordinates with liberal activists and uses politicians and willing media to carry their water. The deep state runs secret messaging campaigns with one goal in mind: to increase its power to censor and persuade the American people. Dark money groups funded by liberal billionaires and foreign investors funnel money to shell organizations and repeatedly attempt to destroy the American West. In many cases, they want to wipe out the American cowboy completely, remove public access to our lands, and turn Montana into a national park. They want to control our land and our lifestyle. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit a five-part series of investigative articles by the Capitol Research Center entitled Arabella's Long War, Keep It in the Ground, into the congressional record. We all knew politics was ugly, but we need to investigate and uncover corruption no matter where it lies. It's time to bring light to the shadows of the deep state and do our duty. Mr. Speaker, I hope my colleagues and I will join me in supporting this critical piece of oversight investigations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, here is a curious thing. So the legislation that creates this select committee, we were first given this on January 2nd. But then it changed on January 6th, and we didn't get that until 10 p.m. on January 6th after 13 speaker votes. And what changed in this legislation, and this is really curious, is they expanded the Select Committee's authority to investigate ongoing criminal investigations. I mean, think about that in an unprecedented way. I don't know how many votes that got, but clearly it was important enough because he went through 13 speaker votes before we got to this. The reason why this is included, and I'm sad to say this, is because we have members in this chamber who themselves may be subjects of investigation. There are ongoing investigations against the former president. And so this was added. Why was this added? To try to frustrate those investigations. So when we talk about corruption, when we talk about undermining the rule of law, let's understand what just occurred here. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
From California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to the Republican Select Subcommittee to investigate deep state conspiracy theories. And if you had any doubt about what this committee is really about its true focus, my colleague from Montana just confirmed this is all about deep state nonsense. Republicans claim without merit that this subcommittee will investigate the so-called weaponization of the federal government. But what it's really intended to do is to undermine the legitimate investigation of President Trump's incitement of a violent attack on this building, on this Capitol, on this citadel of democracy, an investigation that implicates some of the very members of this body who want to sit on that committee. Make no mistake, this investigation, this Investigate the Investors Committee, will do deep damage to our national security and only breed distrust with our national security professionals who will be reluctant to share with Congress the information policymakers need to protect our country. The committee will also seek to discredit law enforcement like the FBI, who are so important in the fight against domestic violent extremism. Republicans in Congress just don't care. The greatest terrorist threat to our country comes from violent right-wing militia groups and their sympathizers, and Republicans in Congress just don't care. Last time Republicans were in charge of the House, Kevin McCarthy pushed to form another bogus select committee, that one on Benghazi. He did so, as he admitted, to tear down Hillary Clinton's numbers, a patently political exercise. Now McCarthy is at it again, pushed into forming this bogus subcommittee by the QAnon members of his own conference. Now, he sacrificed a lot in his bid for Speaker. That was his choice. But now the American people are going to pay the price in the form of a body blow to our national security. Vote no on this ill-considered measure. This is no church committee, not a bipartisan effort to reform government, but a partisan effort to tear it down and damn the consequences. Vote no.
The gentleman from Massachusetts will reserve. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished lady from Colorado, Ms. Boebert.
The lady from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the Blue Anon rhetoric, I rise in favor to H.R. 12 to establish a subcommittee on the weaponization of the federal government. The authoritarian left has used the full might and authority of the federal government to force its agenda on the American people. The federal government has been weaponized to pressure private companies to censor conservatives, target parents as domestic terrorists, just simply for caring about their children and their education, manipulate the American people by declaring Hunter Biden's laptop as Russian disinformation, even failing to inform American citizens about classified documents that a former vice president had in his possession, and launch an unwarranted investigation into President Trump's presidential campaign. Mr. Speaker, our Constitution is a contract with the American people and our government. That contract is designed to produce maximum freedom and minimum tyranny for this great country. Sadly, the FBI and the DOJ and many other agencies...
I yield the lady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized for 30 seconds.
Sadly, the FBI and the DOJ and many other agencies are violating this contract and working to make the American people subjects rather than free citizens. This committee is essential, and I encourage the creation and the adoption of this resolution. I yield.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to H.Res. 12, the Insurrection Protection Committee, which Speaker McCarthy, the 21st century McCarthyism, had to agree to last week in order to gain the speakership. So MAGA extremist Republicans forced, as a consequence of getting their vote, the Speaker to promise to create this select committee. And Donald Trump had his hands in it. Donald Trump had his hands in it last week during this circular firing squad. He was calling the shots, and this will benefit him. This Insurrection Protection Committee is set up to insulate the ex-president, along with various MAGA Republicans who are still serving here in the House who are under investigation. It's here to protect them from that investigation. It's here to disrupt the flow of justice in this country. This is a dangerous, extreme committee that is put in the hands of someone who, a group of people who even defied congressional subpoenas and refused to come and testify before the January 6th committee. Now they're trying to interfere with Justice Department deliberations on whether or not they should be accused and charged with committing criminal offenses in the lead up to, on January 6th and thereafter. And this is a very dangerous piece of legislation. MAGA Republicans are behind it, led by the head election denier in this country, who, by the way, instituted something down in Brazil this weekend. It's a worldwide affair. This is dangerous. We must stop it. Vote no on H-Res 12. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. I recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
I thank the chairman. Mr. Speaker, with great power comes great responsibility. We entrust our Department of Justice, FBI, and intelligence community with great power to keep us safe. And yet, as long as these agencies have existed, they've violated Americans' civil rights. Everyday Americans. The security state believes itself to be above the Constitution and the laws passed by Congress. Or perhaps the belief is only tacit. It is aware only of power. Not authority, power. The FBI spied on Frank Sinatra, John Lennon, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and Muhammad Ali because they were national security threats. Celebrities, but everyday Americans as to their constitutional rights. The intelligence community abused power to spy on presidential candidates, a sitting president, and members of Congress and their staffs. The FBI continuously coordinated with social media companies to moderate social content, the public square. So contemptuous are they and out of touch, when confronted with this just weeks ago, they said we were merely engaging with our community partners. Leading up to the 2020 election, the FBI worked hand in hand with Twitter and Facebook to silence the Hunter Biden laptop story. Concealment from everyday Americans. They've continued to censor and silence criticism of COVID policies and vaccine mandates to the harm of everyday Americans. In 2013, the former director of the National Intelligence, James Clapper, lied to Congress about the NSA collecting data on millions of Americans, yet he's escaped a reckoning. The NSA spied on groups including Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International and other NGOs. FBI contractors conducted thousands of searches on NSA databases. The intelligence community spied on journalists and political opponents in clear violation of the First Amendment. That's not all just illegal. It's un-American, and it cannot continue. The government's massive surveillance apparatus is well documented, but there's still much more that we do not know. We owe it to the American people to reveal the rot within our federal government and cut it out so that it can no longer harm everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, today we're putting the deep state on notice. We're coming for you on behalf of everyday Americans. I yield back.
Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman very much. Mr. Cole, I remember after 9/11 when we all worked together to ensure the protection of the American people through the Patriot Act and dealing with the FISA courts. We worked together because truth is important. And so I just want to simply be on the floor today to speak about truth. I work with my school boards across my district. I know that there's not one school board that does not welcome a parent to hear their voices, because obviously they are partners in the education of our precious children. But in September 2021, the National School Board Association sent Mr. Biden a letter pointing to a trend of violence and threats against school officials. It included a brief reference to Mr. Smith's arrest incident and a long list of examples with a footnote to a news account of the meeting that mentioned the arrest in passing, but without details like his daughter's daughter's assault. But the point is that this came about because there were threats against school board members. And so can we have truth here? And that's what I rise to bring to the attention of this body as relates to this committee and this select committee. Is it going to be truth-finding, or is this going to be a committee that is going to collect information or otherwise investigate citizens of the United States and gives the most right-wing members who may have an axe to grind to participate? Or is it going to be fair? Is it going to be a gross misuse of power with dangerous implications, unintended consequences, and could potentially expose general operations of our national security infrastructure, which will put American lives at risk? Let me be very clear. Russia is one of our most dangerous adversaries. We're in the middle of a national security quagmire. And to undermine that through investigations of the FBI and Central Intelligence is going to be extremely dangerous. The passage of this resolution would also give MAGA Republicans the ability to interfere in ongoing criminal investigations, including those investigating the extremists.
The lady is recognized for 60 seconds.
I thank you. Including those investigating that day that some declared was just a bunch of tourists on January 6, 2021. I've worked with my friends on the other side of the aisle. I've worked with Mr. Roy. But is this a question of truth? That is the issue that we stand here today. In this country, no one is above the law. And to suggest that some people should be because they don't agree with the force of law being applied to their activities is contrary to the very fabric of fairness, justice, and equality that America was founded on. Let me, as an aside, indicate that we know what has been in the headlines. 10 documents found in a locked closet that Mr. Biden may have had. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker? The process of the law is proceeding. The call was made, the documents were surrendered, if you will, and the process goes forward under the laws of this land. No one denied it, no one rejected it, no one did not in any way come to say anything other than follow the law. On the other hand, in Mar-a-Lago, no law was found. I ask my colleagues to consider the truth
lady's time has expired.
And vote against this
Gentleman from
particular
Massachusetts
resolution.
will reserve. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma, and I listened with interest to my colleague from Texas as she recounted some of the realities of talking about school boards. Well, I've come to know Scott Smith of Loudoun County. I consider him a friend. I've been talking to him since the actions against his family in response to his daring to go to the school board to question the abuse of his daughter resulted in his name being put out as the poster child for the weaponization of government against parents who dare question school boards. And yes, in fact, the National School Board Association sent a letter, but what became increasingly clear is that it was in collusion with the White House seeking the letter. That has become readily clear from the emails that we've gotten through Freedom of Information Act requests, that the Biden White House was seeking the National School Board Association to have that kind of a letter request in order that they, the Biden administration, be able to target Scott Smith and other parents around this country. Every American should shudder at the power of the government, the federal government, being targeted at parents for daring to stand up and defend a daughter who was abused in a bathroom in the Loudoun County Public Schools. And by the way, the superintendent in Loudoun has been indicted. This is the truth. Yet this administration wanted to make Scott Smith the bad guy, not the rapist, not the school board that allowed this to occur in the schools in Loudoun County. And it's not just parents. What about Bunny Pounds and the Christian Engaged organization? The IRS was targeting their nonprofit status because they happen to be religious. This is the power of the IRS. How about the power of our public health elite who made decisions and put out misinformation that undermined the ability of Americans to stand up?
Yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
I thank the gentleman.
The gentleman's recognized for 15 seconds.
And to stand up and to continue their jobs and to continue going to school. And instead they were masked and they had needles put in their arms. And now we want to know the truth. Not just the origins, the truth. This committee is critically important, and we're going to find the truth. We're going to defend the American people against the weaponization of government.
Has expired.
I yield
Gentleman
back.
from Oklahoma reserves. Recognize the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, I would simply say, in response to that, Mr. Speaker, that there are oversight committees that are, that are equipped and ready to look into all the issues that the gentleman just raised and into all the conspiracy theories that they want to raise. But they went ahead and created this additional committee, and there's a reason for it. And I think it is, and this new committee they're creating has the authority to basically investigate ongoing criminal investigations. It's unprecedented. But in any event, I would remind the gentleman, you have oversight committees. You're in charge now. You can do whatever you want to do. But there's a reason for this committee, and there's a reason why, after 13 roll call votes for speakership, they added an additional line giving this committee the authority to look into ongoing investigations. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to my very good friend who served the country in and out of uniform, distinguished gentleman, Mr. Pfluger from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. Mr. Chairman, I rise because Americans are completely fed up. They're fed up for being targeted, and the assertion that I just heard that MAGA Republicans are domestic terrorists, the assertion that this is happening throughout the country, I must tell my 90-year-old grandmother, no, I will not. This assertion has been made time and time again from speakers throughout. This assertion has been made that MAGA Republicans will blow something up, that MAGA Republicans are terrorists, that MAGA Republicans, listen, we've seen censorship and meddling by former intelligence community experts and current federal law enforcement agencies against Republicans and preventing media stories from actually coming to light. This is a fact. And my friend from Texas just talked about the IRS and other agencies that have done this. We're not standing idly by, and it's time that the truth comes out. And when we say things like MAGA Republicans, I think we should all be very careful and not be disingenuous, because there are plenty of good Americans and patriots that are willing to stand up, to get the truth out.
Gentleman's recognized for 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is important that free speech be upheld, protected free speech be upheld, not libel, not slander, and not any sort of assertion that all MAGA Republicans are bad, because we know that that is not true. In fact, there are many good Americans that are standing up for their rights.
Gentleman's time is
With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman just got up and made all kinds of assertions that things were just said that weren't said, so I don't know what the hell he's talking about. But I will again urge my colleagues to vote no against this, the creation of this committee, because, I mean, this is unprecedented. This is a witch hunt. This is a committee designed basically to protect those who, quite frankly, are under investigation right now. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in order to enforce our laws, we've given terrifying powers to such agencies as the FBI, the IRS, and the CIA, among others. The misuse of these powers to affect political outcomes would be fatal to freedom, and it's the hallmark of any dictatorship. This, our Constitution, was written to prevent whoever is in power. Now, in recent years, we've watched the IRS target individuals because of their political beliefs. We've seen a glaring double standard in the enforcement of our laws by our Justice Department based on the political beliefs of their targets. We've seen their powers used to intimidate citizens into silence, whether the Tea Party or parents questioning their school boards. Most alarmingly, we have seen the use of the FBI and our intelligence agencies to suppress political viewpoints disagreeable to those in power, or to manufacture or propagate one of the greatest scandals in American history, the Russian collusion hoax. Now, when a government can interfere with the elections that govern it, and when agencies can act independently of the outcome of these elections, democracy will die. This select committee is designed to get to the bottom of these alarming allegations, and I would hope the Democrats would be just as eager to sort this out as the Republicans. After all, it was not that long ago that these powers were turned against the left and could be again if we do nothing. As Madison warned, democracy alone is not enough to protect our liberty, for in a pure democracy, 51% of the people can vote any time to throw the other 49% in jail. That's why we have a Constitution which limits the powers of government through checks and balances like this Congress, like our Bill of Rights, and why each of us takes an oath to support and defend it. Let us all honor that oath today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me just make clear for my colleagues. So a change was made in this legislation. It was not just to allow the committee to investigate ongoing criminal investigations, which is quite nefarious in and of itself, but they also, originally, it was only supposed to be able to have get authority over the Department of Justice, DHS, and the FBI. The CIA and the IRS were added. This was all done after 13 speaker votes at 10 o'clock at night, clearly in an attempt to win more votes. But, you know, the people who are asking for these changes are the people who are, who are the same people who want to investigate the people who are investigating them. This is really, really unprecedented. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but this isn't right. This isn't openness. This isn't transparency. You know, my friends talk about corruption. This is corruption. This is unacceptable. And the American people ought to know it, and reasonable colleagues on the Republican side ought to say no to this. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my good friend from the great state of Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Oklahoma, and I wonder, my friends on the other side of the aisle, so concerned all the time about civil rights, having a majority for the last few years, not interested in what the American people, the little guys, been enduring. Every day when you come home from a hard day's work, you watch the TV. How many more times do we have to say, I told you so? I mean, we just had Social Security numbers of the targets of this so-called J6 investigation released to the public. I told you so. No surprise there. What about the School Boards Association working in collaboration with the White House? Working in collaboration with the White House and the DOJ to intimidate American citizens. 30 miles from here, just a little drive from here, a young lady was raped, a school girl was raped, and her father was concerned about her safety and had the gall to question the school board. And what does he get? Persecution and intimidation by his own federal government. I told you so. We all told you so. People on important committees in this institution lie on national TV over and over and over again. No consequence. You come home and you say, yeah, I told you so. That's not a big surprise here. The federal government collaborating with big tech to silence Americans' voices. Where are their civil liberties? The federal government collaborating with big tech, the health agencies, to silence information that concerns the health of every single American citizen. Yeah, I told you so. How many more times, I asked the minority, how many more times do we have to say, I told you so, before you will recognize the overwhelming power and the abuse of power by this federal government? And will you ever do anything about it? You know when you want to do something about it? When you think you have the presidency in 2024 and you try and regain this House, then you're going to be all into it, investigating all your enemies. That's not what the federal government's supposed to be for. It's supposed to protect our civil rights so we don't serve it, so that it serves us.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair and not to other members in the chamber. Gentleman from Oklahoma is reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, I would just say what the gentleman just said was terrible, but this committee has absolutely nothing to do with that. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Massachusetts reserved. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from Oklahoma. The very words expressed by those opposed to this committee demonstrate the dire need for this committee. We've gone 4 years without oversight. And to quote Shakespeare, "The lady doth protest too much, methinks." Those who argue against transparency may have something to hide. So I listened very closely when I heard the former chairman of the Intelligence Committee give the reason that maybe we shouldn't ask for this information from the intelligence community. He said the intelligence community, after this committee, may be reluctant to share information with Congress, that Congress needs to craft legislation. I would suggest if they are reluctant, they are disqualified from holding these positions. If they have grown so big that they are no longer accountable to the branch of government that created them, that funds them, and it is responsible for their oversight, then they need to be hemmed in. I implore my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to populate this committee with serious Democrats. I know there are some over there. I've worked with them. We've co-sponsored amendments on privacy over the past decade. Some of them have passed. Please populate it with serious members. Please, to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, give us the resources we need to do this job. And if I may rebut one thing that's been said on the other side of the aisle about ongoing criminal investigations, he says it's unprecedented that Congress would engage in an investigation that involves an ongoing criminal investigation. What was the January 6th committee? This is not unprecedented. It's what you've wasted millions of dollars on over the past 2 years. I urge adoption of this rule and support for the committee that it will create. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I would just say in response to the gentleman who said that he hopes that we populate this select committee with serious Democrats, that he populates the committee with Republicans who did not ask for a pardon, who did not have their phones seized by the FBI. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 90 seconds to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. Last week, as I fought as one of the 20 conservative members to secure victories for the American people by dismantling this institution's broken system and restoring the people's house as it should be, part of the status quo here in Washington, which we fought to change, is politicians making empty promises of government accountability. But believe me in this, when we vowed accountability is coming, we meant it. Establishing the Select Committee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government hands the House a powerful tool to uncover the two-tier justice system that is rotting our republic. It's no secret that alphabet agencies have been dangerously weaponized against the American people. As an alarming example, the FBI has coerced citizens to relinquish their Second Amendment rights and used big tech companies as private sector proxies to silence Americans' free speech. It's time to thoroughly investigate our government agencies' atrocious behavior and abuse of power in disregarding and destroying America's precious freedoms. And this select subcommittee will have the teeth to do just that. I want to thank Speaker McCarthy and Chairman Cole for their invaluable support in bringing this resolution to the floor for a vote. And I urge all of my colleagues to join me in voting for this resolution so we may deliver transparency, answers, and yes, accountability to the American people as we have promised. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from The Hill entitled "Perry Won't Agree to Stay Off New House Committee Investigating January 6 Probes."
Without objection, so
I
ordered.
reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is
I would advise
recognized.
my friend I'm prepared to close whenever he is.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remaining time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the American people want us to roll up our sleeves and get to work. They want us to make progress and deliver results that help them in their day-to-day lives. They don't need Congress to bend and break to the will of MAGA extremists. And they definitely don't need us to push crazy conspiracy theories and go on witch hunts to settle political scores. You know, my friends in their rules package, they gutted the Office of Congressional Ethics. And here they are with this new subcommittee, which threatens our safety, our security, and our freedom. It is an unprecedented attack on our nation's laws, on our nation's law enforcement agencies, our justice system, and our intelligence community. And I would just say to my colleagues who spoke before about the intelligence oversight, we have an entire Select Committee on Intelligence that has oversight responsibilities on those matters. And I'm sorry the gentleman who spoke doesn't have confidence in who the Republicans are going to propose as chair. So, look, this committee is deranged. It's a bad idea. And it will go down in history as one of the worst committees that a Congress has ever put forward. It will be in the same category as the Joseph McCarthy Committee on Un-American Activities, or the Benghazi Committee, which now Speaker McCarthy admitted was a setup to try to take down Secretary Clinton. But here's the deal, and here's what it's all about. There are 6 on the other side of the aisle who asked for a pardon from President Trump. They did his dirty work, but Trump left them hanging. He did not give them a pardon. So now they're effectively trying to pardon themselves with the creation of this select committee. This is unconscionable. It is so blatant. And again, that the changes that were made to give them the ability to pardon themselves were done after the 13th speaker vote in the dead of night to try to win their votes over it. This is not the way this Congress should run. This is not the way Republicans or Democrats or any majority should behave. People should be ashamed of themselves that this is in the rules package, that this is what my friends are pushing right now. We are better than this. We should not be going down this road. My friends said that they want to combat inflation. They want to make the lives of the American people better. Let's focus on those things. Let's focus on areas that actually improve the lives of the American people. This is a colossal waste of time, but even worse, it is, to me, the epitome of what corruption is all about. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge a no vote.
The gentleman from Massachusetts yields back. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time. In closing, I urge all my colleagues to support this resolution creating the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. In the 1970s, it was apparent from revelations in the popular press that the American intelligence community had committed abuses as part of their activities. In response, Congress created the Church Committee, which investigated these abuses and brought them into the light. Today, it is again apparent that the federal government has been weaponized for political purposes. Like the Church Committee, which this subcommittee is modeled on, the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government will investigate the abuse of American civil liberties and bring them into the light. I'm confident that this subcommittee will do the American people a great service. They deserve to have confidence in their government, and that confidence starts with ensuring that the vast powers of the executive branch are not abused. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and urge all members to vote yes on this resolution.
Gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on agreeing to the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Will Miss Gonzalez-Colon present herself in the well? All members will rise, and Miss Gonzalez-Colon will please raise her right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God?
I probably do.
Congratulations.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: agreeing to House Resolution 11 and agreeing to House Resolution 12. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. The remaining electronic vote will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on H.R. 11, the adoption of H.R. 11, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 11, resolution establishing the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party.
The questions on the adoption of the resolution, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 3. On this vote, the ayes are 365, the nays are 65. The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion be considered laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the adoption of H.Res. 12, on which the ayes and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Resolution 12, resolution establishing a select committee on the weaponization of the federal government as a select investigative subcommittee of the Committee on the Judiciary.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. minute. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 221, the nays are 211. The resolution is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will come to order. This House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I send to the desk the privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 14, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Thompson of Pennsylvania, Chair. Committee on Appropriations, Ms. Granger, Chair. Committee on Armed Services, Mr. Rogers of Alabama, Chair. Committee on the Budget, Mr. Arrington, Chair.
Considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate
consideration. The gentleman will suspend. The House will come to order. The gentleman may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 15, resolved that the following named
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed into the record.
Without objection. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. I don't see anybody. Members, take your conversations off the floor. Members, take your conversation off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The gentleman is correct. This House is not in order. Members, take your conversations off of this floor. The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give thanks to the men and women who keep us safe. Yesterday was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, a day to be grateful for the officers who have dedicated their lives to serving their communities. Created in 2015, this day allows us to voice our appreciation to law enforcement officers for their service. Law Enforcement Appreciation Day has become increasingly more important in the light of the growing negativity towards officers. According to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial Fund, there are more than 800,000 sworn law enforcement officers serving in the United States. Law enforcement officers don't enter this career because of the recognition that they may receive. They choose this career because of their passion for public service. These officers knowingly put their lives on the line every day because they know protecting and preventing crime creates a safer world. A simple way to show our law enforcement we care is to thank a police officer. So, Mr. Speaker, if you see a police officer, please thank a police officer. Mr. Speaker, I want to give my most sincere thanks to the men and women of law enforcement for the dedication, sacrifice, and commitment to the rule of law they display every day. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose? The gentleman is correct. The House is still not in order. Members, please take your conversations off of the floor. Where is he? Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Hey, buddy. Look at that coat.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the Republican decision to cut the funding from the Internal Revenue Service. This funding was part of President Biden's critical Inflation Reduction Act. The $80 billion for the IRS enforcement would have forced tax-cheating corporations and wealthy Americans to finally pay their fair share. Instead, Republicans chose to rescind $72 billion of that money and force a 2% cut to the agency funding in the last spending package. The IRS support would have collected billions in taxes, boosted our economy, and lowered the nation's debt ceiling. Issues that the Republicans claim are important. Instead, this vote shows Republicans prefer to protect the tax evading secrets of the wealthiest 1% and not give tax breaks to hardworking American families that need it the most. It makes them shameless corporate stewards and embarrassing public officials. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the recently crowned 2023 college football national champions, the Georgia Bulldogs.
This is the second year in a row the Dogs have won the national championship. The team finished with a 15-0 record and had a Heisman finalist quarterback in Stetson Bennett. In the championship game, the Dogs demolished the TCU Horned Frogs 65-7. This is the largest bowl win in FBS history. The first district's very own Stetson Bennett finished tonight with 304 yards and 6 touchdowns. He was also named the offensive MVP. I want to personally congratulate Nolan Smith, Micah Morris, Warren McClendon, Jack Polesny, Dara Smith, and all of our other first district players. Congratulations to the 2023 national champions, the Georgia Bulldogs. Go Dogs!
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to compliment Steve Hartman of CBS News on his recent broadcast centered on the kindness of everyday Americans. Practicing kindness in our daily lives is a central part of what makes America strong. Kindness plays an integral role in building family and community life and is a bedrock of civil society. Hartman's CBS News Stories, Kindness 101, shares stories of compassion, friendship, and everyday acts of kindness. One story is about a woman in Minneapolis offering free haircuts to the homeless. Another is about my fellow Ohioans contributing to a young girl's visual bucket list before she loses her eyesight. These stories teach us lessons about the unending compassion of the American people. Both inspirational and honorable, these stories also serve as a reminder to Americans. Each of us hold the power to make positive impacts on the lives of others in our workplaces and community. Congratulations to Steve for reminding us just how impactful everyday acts of kindness are on strengthening the United States of America. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Consent to speak for 2 minutes.
Without objection, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
The population ought to be aware of the fact that very late in the last month, the administration released the new figures on what we'll call legal immigrants crossing into this country. This was before there were any changes in Title 42, and a lot of the focus lately has been on Title 42. We hit another all-time record in November in 210,000 people crossing the border and staying here. This is a national scandal, and just making a brief appearance at the border shouldn't get Joe Biden off the hook. 210,000. By comparison, a year ago it was 140,000. And 2 years ago, it was under 25,000. When you're going under 25,000 to 210,000, that should be the headlines in every paper of the country. And I don't care whether you release the numbers late in the day on a Friday or not. I hope that this institution does all we can to pick up the mantle that President Biden has dropped and do something about the massive increase in illegal immigration. Thank you very much.
Has expired. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I believe this Congress has a chance to do what's right. I'm an unflinching optimist, and I believe that we can come together to make our communities safer and more just for all. As the first woman and mother in history to represent my district in Congress, and as an attorney that has worked for our nation's top law enforcement agency, keeping our communities safe is a top priority of mine, because violence of all kinds takes a massive toll on the people we represent. Just 2 years ago, a friend of mine, Ramito Jones, was shot and killed in our neighborhood on the southeast side of Grand Rapids. He was a father of 5 and a friend to my family. Just last month, a recently elected member of the Muskegon Heights School Board, Julius Muhammad, was shot and killed in his home. He was a dad, a public servant. He was loved and admired by his community. Today, I honor their lives as I strive for safer communities for all. We must come together to enact common sense reforms to keep our neighborhoods safe, support our law enforcement, support fair and equitable enforcement of the law. I'm ready to get to work, and I invite all of my colleagues to join me. Thank you.
The gentlelady yields back. For what reason does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Texas Congressional District 12's very own, the TCU Horned Frogs, on a memorable college football season. Even though last night's result was not the one we were hoping for, the Horned Frogs proved to be the ultimate underdog story of the year. TCU was the smallest college or university to ever play a national championship in the modern era. They've shown great resolve and resiliency this year, which has inspired people across the nation. I want to congratulate Coach Sonny Dykes, quarterback Max Dugan, and all the staff and players on a tremendous season. The whole Fort Worth community is incredibly proud of TCU's accomplishments. It's a privilege to represent Texas Christian University in Congress, and it was a pleasure to cheer on the team all season. Go Frogs. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks as
The
needed.
gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the incredible people of Oakland County, Michigan, in Michigan's 11th District, let it be known that the very first action of the new Republican majority was to add $100 billion to our national debt, to aid the ultra-wealthy and the non-tax-paying corporations, to add to our deficit at the expense of the middle class. We have seen this before, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we've seen this time and time again. Threats to the fiscal integrity of our nation, ballooning of our debt, and the Democrats come in time and time again to clean it up. Since being sworn into Congress, my office has helped more than 1,000 constituents navigate IRS-related issues, illustrating the ongoing and vital need for adequate funding for this nation, helping people who are seeking a tax return, helping the small business owners. The most rewarding call you can make as a member of Congress. Have I helped you today? And so the truth is, Mr. Speaker, we must unite, we must continue to come together, and we must continue to deliver for the people who elected us. Thank you, and I yield back, sir.
The gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady of Texas seek recognition? The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, all of us are concerned about the bullying of Communist China. I hope as we move forward, this committee that has been voted on will emphasize the bullying, but it will not emphasize the negativism that occurred during COVID with Kung Flu and dealing with the intimidation and the increase of Asian hatred and violence. That's why some of us were concerned enough not to support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, let me also say that in addition to wanting us to do better, I'm excited about introducing the Battle Buddy Check legislation that has our veterans check on each other just as if they're on the battlefield to stop the rise of veteran suicide. Have a battle buddy. This legislation is hopefully to save lives of our soldiers who are now veterans who have done all that they could for America. Then, Mr. Speaker, I want to be excited about the introduction of the Lyndon Baines Johnson Congressional Gold Medal. Lyndon Baines Johnson will be looked upon as one of the greatest presidents, giving opportunity to those who never had it in education and health care and the environment and criminal justice reform and civil rights, the right to vote and civil rights. I ask my colleagues to join me in the Congressional Gold Medal for Lyndon Baines Johnson. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For any other further requests for 1 minute speeches? For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.